Good morning and welcome back to our weekly prayerathon for the quelling of this vicious pandemic worldwide. I was actually just listening to one of our virus explainers saying the virus isn't smart, it just does what it does, right? And the mutations are actually sort of mistakes in its duplication. And those mistakes are causing great amount of deaths and a lot of fear around the world. Us here in Sunshine Coast, of course, we're celebrating the fact that we've come out of this little mini lockdown of just a few days. Well, of course, it has impacted, quite a bit our preparations for His Holiness Dalai Lama's birthday. So we're going to have a big celebration tomorrow. So that's, of course, we will be celebrating on His Holiness birthday as well. But anyway, tomorrow night it's all a bit, some places are in lockdown here and some aren't. So it's a bit too tricky for us here. And I know in other states in Australia, I think it hit the news worldwide that most of our states were in lockdown. And they're in various states, stages of that. But, we can think how precious that we have here, our precious human rebirth, still able to continue on as advised by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, almost a year ago now. So we're starting to gear up for the year-long celebration, the 1 year commemoration of engaging in this prayerathon for the benefit of the world with all the monks and nuns of IMI. So, meantime, we have a little celebration, mini celebrations today, because Margot, our fearless team leader of the multimedia team, has a nice announcement to share with the world. Is that her visa has been successful application, and so she's going to be with us for 2 more years. So we're excited. Margot's nodding, so I guess she's excited too. So that's absolutely wonderful for everybody. So we'll have those of you in Australia around 12 o'clock, we'll have as we do here, chai and cake. We have all these cakes made for His Holiness' birthday and lots of cake. We have mountains of cake. Let them eat cake. Anyway, so we will do that then. Just maybe just amongst the Sangha and the multimedia team, those who can make it, because we're still in this sort of weird, well, post-lockdown, but it's still a bit weird. We're still closed. The centre's still closed for a few more days. Okay. All right. So just thinking around the world, this pandemic has taken the lives directly that we know of 3.9 million humans. And, most of those cases are this year, like more than half are this year already. And more than half by far, US, South America and India. So, of course, other regions of the world severely affected. And when I look at the world map, and it's got all those red spots of the deaths around the world, and there's a lot of red in the world. So we continue on with this prayerathon, for the benefit of the world, setting our motivation to, as according to the method to transform a suffering life into happiness, as advised by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. At the beginning of each day, after you open your eyes until enlightenment is achieved, and until death, and especially today. So all the actions of your body, speech and mind, hearing, thinking, meditating, as well as walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job, engaging in this prayerathon and so on, do not become the causes of suffering, and instead become the causes of happiness. And especially they become the causes to achieve Buddhahood, transforming them into a method for accomplishing benefit and happiness for all sentient beings. This is so important, a little bit slightly horrified, but then this is Australia and we have a certain culture and so forth, that in Northern Territory, one of our states, it could have been any of the other ones, for the first time going into lockdown, so that because they've had very hard borders, first time going into lockdown. And the first thing that people did was go to get grog, alcohol, buy out the grog shop. I mean, it was just a bit surprising in one way, that the sense of going into isolation is so fearful for people. They have to find means to quell that by, well, we would say temporary measures. So for us here, to make that more permanent through the power of our prayer, the actual, remedies and antidotes to that. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realizations, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. And so with those vast, spacious thoughts in our mind, we can turn to the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the Blessed Prayer, known as liberating the Sakya from disease. And, I've been hearing, some of the residents around here, volunteers and so forth, learning more about Thangtong Gyalpo as a result of this prayerathon. And it's really great when they come up all very excited. Oh, did you know he was an engineer and built these bridges and so forth? And of course, Margot sent me the link, the opera of Thangtong Gyalpo. So I think we're going to show that at some point, maybe for the celebration, for the 1 year anniversary. Maybe we'll show a little bit. A little bit. It's a bit too much to show the whole thing. Yeah. Okay. So this prayer, liberating the Sakya from disease, and how precious for us also to have received, those who have, and still can online, the transmission from Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, which Rinpoche bestowed early on in this pandemic, from Kopan, and we could receive online. So that transmission then going back all the way to Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Visualizing around you all sentient beings, infinite space, arising in human form, all the 10 directions, surrounding you entirely, engaging in this practice along with us. We're doing it with, we can think we're doing it with them, but we're doing it on behalf of all the beings, particularly the human beings in this world system affected by this pandemic. Because then it was a bit scary to have one of the epidemiologists this week talking about, well, there's more pandemics straight away afterwards coming along. So all of us, we're all in this together, as it says, And then all of us, all in this together, in the Karuna virus, the virus of compassion spreading throughout the world, and visualizing in front of us, the objects of refuge. Particularly, we can see all arising as Shakyamuni Buddha, just like here, but not like a statue, but the actual Buddha, and that we're in the presence of the Buddha in reality, in actuality, encompassing all the, all the great lineages, all the teachings, all the Arya beings, and so forth, tracking all the way back to the Buddha, all our precious teachers, inseparable from the Buddha. Thinking like that. And we're so very fortunate, at the moment with Geshe Sutramla, we are still able to have the teachings, and the residents have been coming even in lockdown, and then everyone else online, like so many places in the world, and the precious teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa, Je Tsongkhapa on Miding Lam Rim, that we're just in that section of refuge, of reflecting on those qualities of the Buddha, which in fact, in a purified form of ourselves, thinking of our own potentialities to be just like that as we go for refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So reflecting on, in actuality, in our minds, going for refuge, the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, reflecting on the qualities of the Buddha, inseparable from our own precious Guru, the Dharma, the actual teachings that gets us to enlightenment, and the Arya Sangha, those highly realized beings, direct realization of emptiness, or the Arhats, or the Arya solitary realizers, hearers, and Arya Bodhisattvas, and so forth. And then also thinking of our own potentiality, again, tapping into that to attain the Dharmakaya, the wisdom body, truth body of the Buddha, and all the other bodies come along with that. I think this is me, this is who I truly am. Yes, we can, we will, we must. And abiding in that spacious, luminous quality of mind, the empty clarity of our own minds, unobstructed, totally powerful, capable, and out of that clear, like wisdom mind, like the sun rising in the world, and then we jump up out of compassion, can't help but help the world. So like that, arising the mind of bodhicitta, and visualizing above the crown of all the beings around you, you visualized around you every atom of space, an emanation of all that is infinite altruistic compassion, only wishing to help each other, only ever wishing to help beings in the world without exception, regardless whether they help, harm, do neither, just like a Buddha has that mind of pure altruism. Above the crown of all the beings around you, it can be like Chenrezig here, emanation of all the Buddhas, infinite compassion. or any other being that for you represents that quality, in the nature of light, above your crown, the crown of all the beings around you, and as we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, the jewel in the lotus, combining compassion and wisdom like the two wings of the bird. You know, I was at a interfaith, women's interfaith, sister for sister this week, just before we went into lockdown, actually, literally just before, at the end they announced we're going into lockdown at 6 p.m. And one of the women from the other faith was talking about the two wings of a bird. See, so we all use this analogy in different ways. It was just so beautiful. Anyway, like that, we're all connected. And then from the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, at the heart of Chenrezig, or the emanation above the crown, you know, streams of healing nectar and light coming in through the crowns of yourself and all the beings around you, soothing, pacifying any physical ailments, any disturbances of the mind, the anxieties, the fears, the depression, the sense of hopelessness, the sense of helplessness, the sense is never going to end this pandemic and so forth. The sense of if I go into lockdown, I've got to get, you know, a 6-pack of grog or whatever, probably more than that, a few, to get through it, you know, that sort of disturbance of the mind. May we be all free of that. And seeing that happening in actuality as this mantra streams in, purifying, healing, soothing all the agitations of body and mind. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. And then this emanation of infinite altruistic compassion above the crown, your crown and the crown of all the other beings around you, and the nature of life dissolves into like a pure, the essence of that altruistic compassion and the nature of a, orb of light, or like, snowflakes just sort of dissolving inside, like a rain of snowflakes, soothing, softening, cooling the disturbances, the heat of the mind that gets disturbed, pacifying this disease, and comes to sit at your heart and the heart of all the sentient beings, just like here, Arya Chenrezig, Mani, the jewel of compassion at the heart, sitting in that lotus of wisdom, and combining the two, the union of the two at your heart. So not only wishing to help each other, not only having this heart connection, having the wisdom to know what we can do and to do it, the conviction. Amazing. This is what connects us heart to heart with everyone else, sharing with my, multi-faith sisters on Tuesday. And we were all, in agreement at the end that fundamentally our values are the same. How we express those, how we practice those. Okay, there might be differences, but when we come down to that heart connection, it doesn't have labels of religion. As His Holiness Dalai Lama said many years ago, beyond religion. We still, we have that heart connection, heart to heart, as humans. Let's say as humans, as beings in the world, yes, but here as humans. And with that heart connection, and for the benefit of all my kind mother sentient beings, every atom of space, engaging in the actual prayer, known as liberating the Sakya from disease, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Not occur in the realms of the world, or the known, unknown world systems, universes, layer upon layer. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. Totally pacified. Our minds, our delusions, our wrong views, our inner and outer conflicts. Totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power. Just like Shakyamuni Buddha, as a result of that. As a result of purifying our minds and perfecting all the positive qualities, knowing all there is to be known, having infinite altruistic compassion, conjoining those. And be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers. It was quite a shock to my interfaith sisters the other day when I said, we don't have one book, we got 84,000 texts, which is 84,000 remedies, to these afflictions. And also, as the Buddha said, 84,000 paths to get there. The 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, internal, external, we all go through that at death time. Disturbances of the four elements. The world's going through that now. You know, that people in, was it Lytton in Canada, where it had 49.5 degrees by our Celsius, and people dying. You can pray for them by disturbances of the four elements. I think they set a record one day for they're the hottest place in Canada, and then they set that record, and the next day they broke that record. We see it more in the world. Whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. Totally pacified. All disturbances, body and mind. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. All our dedications, prayers, all of us all around the world, those of us in IMI, those of us in other traditions, Buddhist, non-Buddhist, and so forth, all the prayers around the world be fulfilled. And I thought, as we were doing the Guru Puja this morning, you know, that we always pause when we're rejoicing in virtue, as Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, we don't do enough of this. So I thought, as part of the dedications, to read that verse from the Guru Puja. Though all phenomena lack the characteristic of inherent existence, we rejoice from the depths of our hearts in the dreamlike bliss and joy of all ordinary beings and Aryas, and in every virtue that has ever arisen. So we can, you know, always have this gratitude to all the medics on the front line, to all the epidemiologists and the people in the labs producing vaccines, and all the politicians making hard decisions, and people putting in hard borders even though we don't like them, but for the welfare of us human beings in the world. So all ordinary beings, including ourselves in all our practices and so forth, everything that we do, up to and including the bodhisattvas, the Arya bodhisattvas, all the Buddhas, inseparable from our own precious gurus who guide us how to navigate these crazy things in the world, how to transform it into the path. Gewadi dudab lama sange drugyone loa chikyam mahalupa dehe sahala Muhupa Shu Janchu Sencho Rinpoche Make Panam Gekuchi Yewa Nyampa Me Payam Gome Gumdu Pewa Shu. So good morning, Venerable Chenilal. I couldn't believe my luck to be able to engage with you this morning. Incredible. Is she coming on? Chenila, you're muted. Yeah. Here she is. Was she trying to come on? Hey, Chenila, I'm hoping you're not having a difficulty with the internet.
Mute.
If you can.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
Oh, hello, Chenila. So wonderful to hear you.
Lovely to see you too.
Oh,
all
so
the way
good,
from
so
Inverloch. Yes.
Oh, that's better.
Much better. Yes, indeed. So good to see your face. Good to know that you're doing so much hard work there up at Chenrezig Institute.
Thank you. I'll give you a buzz later. I've so much think about you.
When you've got some time is of the essence.
Okay, so thank you very much. I'll hand over to you now, Chenila. Be well.
You too. Lots of love. Good morning, everybody. Not sure what's happening here. It says Cherny Taylor. We've still got Chenrezig Institute there.
So you are live, Cherny?
I'm live now?
Yes.
I can go ahead? Okay,
yes.
Thank you. I'm not quite so familiar with all this, despite my knowledge. Okay, well, you have a lovely day and we'll get started. So beginning, first of all, with a brief meditation, silent meditation. Giving time to gather our thoughts. And in particular, time to establish our motivation. Both our personal motivations, any sufferings we may experience, sufferings of our friends or relatives, sufferings of all beings. And the profound motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All my mothers, meaning all sentient beings. Imagining them all taking refuge. And chanting these words with them 3 times. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds. And the Mandi mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And from there to the prayer. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. So think of all diseases that sadden the minds, particularly the disease of COVID, and the new and highly infectious variations of it. Knowing that these result from karma and temporary conditions. All diseases sadden the minds. Here we pray that all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings not occur in the realms of the world. So meditating on this, on a world free of all diseases. Imagining this to be so as strongly as you can. a world completely free of all disease. And then we turn to thinking about the sufferings that arise from these diseases. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Thinking now of the sufferings that arise from diseases. The fear in the minds of people unable to obtain a vaccination who might be dying of COVID at this moment. Thinking of the fears of anybody who is suffering from a life-threatening illness. Heart attacks, strokes, infectious diseases, septicemia. Thinking of the suffering of people who realize that their lifespan may suddenly discontinue. Or be fraught with more suffering. How the body and the mind can be separated in an instant, as in a car accident. And other accidents. Like a trekker who was killed by a stone falling down from a mountain not far from Kathmandu many years ago when I was a new nun. Things which happened totally unexpectedly. May these not occur in the realms of the world. So imagining a world where there are no life-threatening diseases, no life-threatening accidents, and what it would be like to live in this particular world. Whilst it may seem impossible and unrealistic, that is when we take refuge. And then we think of all people with acute, chronic, epidemic diseases, terrified even by the sound of the name of the disease. Cancer, for example, HIV. And of course, the COVID strains. So imagining now and praying now that all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Imagine how you would feel if you were given a diagnosis where death was the end point. And imagining that everywhere people are unharmed by such diseases. No cancer, no COVID, no HIV, no strokes, no heart attacks. I'm thinking strongly that may all embodied beings who have received a diagnosis like this be unharmed. Imagining a world where such a diagnosis does not mean harm and fear and a sense of hopelessness. And if this seems too much, then taking refuge. There is so much more. There are the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits, and 424 diseases listed in Tibetan medicine. And in Western medicine, we have our own long list. So making the strong prayer that all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, those that affect our minds, by the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Imagine that all sentient beings are unaffected by these things. No evil spirits, no diseases, no interferers. Imagining strongly a world like this. And imagining strongly that anybody afflicted by any of these things is immediately healed. There are other factors too, which cause our suffering. They're the four elements: earth, air, fire, water. If these are unbalanced, our bodies and our minds experience suffering. So imagining for now that for every sentient being, even the ants in your kitchen, the fish in the ocean, scorpions in the desert, they're all sentient beings. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. Imagining that. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with life, good health, and well-being. So imagining every sentient being having radiance and power, even the scorpions and the ants, and the fish, and the killer whales, the fleas, bed bugs, the flies, especially in Australia. May they all have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Radiance and power to all sentient beings. Imagining a world where this is so. Where there'd be no reason for fighting, no reason for jealousy or anger. No reason for grasping at what another person has and clinging to it. May the body and mind have radiance and power. And be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Imagining this to be so right now. But we need help. You and I cannot do this alone. We need to do this by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels. And this is the last verse of the prayer. By the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, not by ourselves alone. Even though we may take responsibility alone, we don't act alone. And by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. Recognizing here we're talking about good karma, which is also infallible in its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we take some time to chant the Medicine Buddha mantra, the short one. Medicine Buddha being dedicated to the actualization of the sorts of prayers we've just made. Tayataram Bekanse Maha Bekanse Redsa Semengate Soha. Tayataram Bekanse Maha Bekanse Redsa Semengate Soha. Tayataram Bekanse Maha Bekanse Redsa Semengate Soha. Bekanse Maha Bekanse Redsa Semengate Soha. Tayataram Bekanse Maha Bekanse Redsa Semengate Soha. Tayataram Bekanse Semengate Soha. Tayataram Bekanse Maha Bekanse Redsa Semengate Soha. Tayataram Bekanse Maha Bekanse Redsa Semengate Soha. Tayataram Bekanse Maha Bekanse Redsa Semengate Tayataram Bekanse Maha Bekanse Redsa Semengate Soha. Having done this in the dedications. Thangtong Gyalpo Rinpoche, ma ke panam ke gechik, ke panam ha me pai, gone gonde pelwa shok. And remembering what this means, may the supreme precious bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that which has arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And now to realize emptiness. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. Samsara and nirvana do not have And then dedicating for the sick. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they be quickly freed from all their sickness. May all the sickness without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. This is what we have been meditating on. But in order to achieve our prayers, we need to meet the perfect Guru. In all my lives, never separated from perfect Gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the quality of grounds and paths, may I too quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Dragpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness, non-dual samsara and nirvana. And then from Nagarjuna's precious garland, jewel garland. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicine and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like, without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient beings has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve the highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigrating beings. May I be able to do this without any sense of regret, without any sense of being used, without any sense of being deprived, but with the sense that in this way I'm fulfilling the hopes of all transmigratory beings. And then next, the dedication from Medicine Buddha, or at least I think it was. It was first given to me by Lama Zopa Rinpoche as a dedication to go with the Medicine Buddha practice. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me. Through that, just that, nothing special. May their happiness last forever. I think I better finish. Time's run away from me again.
So maybe, is that it? Thank you, Venerable Chuni.
Good morning, Elsa.
Good morning. How is it down there in Victoria?
Oh, it's sunny at the moment. We've been expecting storms and rain and hail and thunder and things like that this afternoon.
Okay, we're in a complete mist up here. We've had rain for days.
Yes.
And quite cold, but not as cold as you get down there.
Not usually. But anyway, it's all relative, isn't it? What we experience. Yeah. So I'll hand over to you with pleasure, and hope I can catch up with you again sometime.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So just beginning the session, as usual, by generating a positive motivation for doing it. And of course, the best positive motivation to have is one of bodhicitta, the precious thought to achieve enlightenment in order to enlighten all other sentient beings, all other living beings. And the precious mind of bodhicitta is generated on the basis of great compassion and great loving kindness. So in terms of great compassion, compassion is the thought or the wish from your heart to liberate all sentient beings from all their sufferings and their causes. So of course, at the moment, the first thing that comes to mind is the sufferings encountered by billions of people around the world because of the pandemic. But also just keep perspective that COVID-19 is just one of the many diseases that are experienced by human beings, and not even the worst of them really. And in terms of sufferings and problems, it's just one amongst the myriad problems that human beings experience. And also, while we've been focusing so much on the pandemic, then in some ways we've neglected probably generating compassion for those beings who are experiencing other sufferings. So just call to mind all the many, many sufferings that human beings experience all around the world, just one of which is disease, and one of which of those diseases is COVID-19. Also bring to mind the more subtle suffering, the suffering of change, how everything we regard as pleasurable, everything we regard as bringing us happiness is actually not a true cause of happiness, a true source of happiness, but in many ways just to disguise suffering. And also bring to mind the most subtle suffering of it all, pervasive compounding suffering, that by being born with the aggregates that we have, the mind that's under the control of karma and delusions, then it's inevitable, not only that we experience suffering, but that we create the causes of further suffering in future rebirths. So generating a mind of compassion as strongly as you can, not just for those people experiencing the pandemic, but for all living beings experiencing sufferings. And then generate a strong wish for their happiness, which is the mind of loving kindness. And again here, don't think just of temporary, immediate happiness, of people being free from this disease or other diseases, or free from their problems. But think of bringing them the ultimate happiness, the happiness of liberation from samsara, where they never have to experience suffering again, and then the peerless happiness of full enlightenment. So with this strong positive motivation, then we'll do Thangtong Gyalpo's practice, beginning with the special refuge verse, which we'll repeat 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha.
We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So having taken refuge in this way, we now recite on Mani Padme Hung, the mantra of Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion. So if you have the initiation, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig, either in 2-arm, 4-arm, 1,000-arm aspect. If you don't have the initiation, then visualize Chenrezig on the crown of your head. So the visualization involves from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown. You send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. And these go initially to all the billions of people around the world who've contracted COVID-19, thinking strongly of those countries where the pandemic is out of control, countries like India, Africa, Haiti, Fiji, Brazil. Think of the many people in aged care facilities, those who are most vulnerable to this disease. Think also of the millions of people around the world who are recovering from COVID-19 and possibly experiencing the long COVID syndrome, where there's multi-organ problems for prolonged periods. So bringing the suffering of all these people to mind. Thinking of their physical and mental hardships from contracting the disease. Then with the strong thought of compassion, the wish to relieve these beings of their suffering, send out those healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip, goes to the crown of each of those beings with COVID-19. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems of disease, but more importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their problems, all their diseases, their negative karma and delusions. So just do this visualization over and over again as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So then rejoice, feeling happiness from your heart. At the level of your visualization, you'd be able to send out these healing white light rays, pacify the sufferings of COVID-19 of millions of people around the world, and more importantly, purified of them from the cause of their disease, their negative karma and delusions. So next, bring vividly to mind all the millions of frontline workers all around the world who are caring for those who've contracted COVID-19. Think of the thousands of people that work in a big hospital, not only the doctors and nurses, but the porters, the cooks, the cleaners, all the people that help a hospital to run. Think of the ambulance drivers. And think of the people who are caring for people with COVID-19 at home. So be aware of their physical and mental hardships that they're experiencing through taking care of people with COVID-19, their high levels of anxiety, many of them because they're in the front line, themselves contracting the disease. So then with a thought of compassion, a wish to relieve all those frontline workers of all their suffering and the cause of their suffering, from your heart as Chenrezig or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip, goes to the crown of each of those frontline workers. White light rays descend, pacifying their immediate physical and mental hardships, and purifying them of the cause of all their hardships, all their problems, all their suffering, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So rejoice, feeling happiness from your heart, that through your visualization, you'll be able to relieve all those frontline workers of all their physical and mental hardships, pacify all their immediate problems, but purify them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of a fully enlightened being, Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now bring to mind the billions of people around the world who are grieving because they've lost family or friends to COVID-19. So in many countries, because of the systems have overwhelmed, the hospital systems, the funeral homes are overwhelmed by the number of people dying. Then in some countries, people are being buried in mass graves and in unmarked graves. And in any case, for most people, most family members, they don't have the opportunity to actually be with their loved ones when they're dying and to say goodbye and have that feeling of closure. So bring to mind as strongly as you can all those billions of people around the world who are experiencing grief, feelings of loss. And from your heart, as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip, goes to the crown of each of those grieving beings. White light rays descend, pacifying their immediate suffering and the causes of all their problems, all their suffering, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just do this visualization over and over as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart. That you've been able to relieve all those grieving people of their feelings of sorrow and loss. And more importantly, from the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now bring to mind all the billions of people around the world who are experiencing various hardships because of this pandemic, whether because of social isolation, economic hardships, increased levels of anxiety, increased depression and suicidal thoughts, increase in domestic violence and abuse within the home. So bring to mind as vividly as you can all the billions of people around the world who are suffering various hardships because of the pandemic. And with the thought of compassion, the wish to relieve all those beings of their suffering and their causes, from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip, goes to the crown of each of those people around the world experiencing hardships. White light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems, purifying them of the cause of their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming each of them into the aspect of a fully enlightened being, Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that you've been able to pacify the various mental and physical sufferings experienced by so many billions of people around the world. And more importantly, being able to purify them of the cause of their suffering, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now, finally, bring as vividly to mind as you can the sufferings of all sentient beings, beings in each of the 6 realms, their particular sufferings by being reborn in their realm, but also their general sufferings of samsara. And with a strong thought of compassion, the wish to relieve all those beings, those numberless beings, countless beings, of all their suffering and their causes. From your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those sentient beings, pacifies their immediate problems and the causes of their problems, and transforms each of them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just do this visualization over and over again as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. So rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart. And through your visualization, you've been able to relieve all sentient beings, all their suffering and its causes, and to transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now we recite the prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo to relieve the Sakya monastery from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma, protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma, protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma, protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now just dedicating any positive energy that we've created by doing this practice to the following goals, as outlined by Shantideva in the dedication chapter of A Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. Through the virtue of having done this practice, may all living beings come to engage in the Bodhisattva's conduct. May all beings everywhere, plagued with sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. For as long as they remain in psychic existence, may their mundane happiness never decline, and may all of them uninterruptedly receive waves of joy from bodhisattvas. May the blind see forms, may the deaf hear sounds, and just as it was with Maya Devi, may pregnant women give birth without any pain. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find new hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from the illness, and may every disease in the world, especially COVID-19, never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting one another. May no living creature ever suffer, commit wrong, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, or their minds ever be depressed. In all temples and monasteries, may reading and recitation flourish and remain. May the Sangha always be in harmony, and may their purposes be accomplished. May sentient beings again and again make offerings to all the Buddhas, and may they constantly be joyful with the inconceivable bliss of the Buddhas. Just as they intended, may the Bodhisattvas fulfill the welfare of the world, and may all sentient beings receive whatever the Buddhas have intended for them. For as long as space endures, and for as long as living beings remain, until then may I too abide to dispel the misery of the world. So thank you very much. And now handing over to Venerable Tony.
Okay. So thank you, Ailsa. Okay. So then, good morning, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. So then, to cultivate positive motivation for engaging in this session, and so perhaps here to think how it is that we have, as Buddhists, that we've had the good fortune connecting with the Buddhist tradition and with spiritual teachers, and a tradition which is based on the quality of developing compassion towards all beings. So somehow in our life there's been something taking place that we've felt that spiritual practice does really work in the life. So we have the good fortune of having that degree of faith which allows us to connect in or plug in with the Buddhas, with those beings who are the embodiment of compassion and wisdom and skillful means. So we have the good fortune of having this. And so having that good fortune, we should put this to good use, that we make use of this life. Our purpose of our life is to be of benefit to others. And given that our circumstances as a human being, and a human being with some degree of faith, connected in with this tradition, that we should use that in a way to be of benefit to others. And so we have this opportunity in engaging in this practice to do this. And so here, to be thinking about how it is, just to consider how COVID-19 has adversely affected the lives of many beings. And it's not just those who have either died from it or become seriously ill as a result of it, but also we think about the life situations of people, the various types of situations that people find themselves in. And so there are some people whose situation is one of significant poverty, lack of resources. And so as COVID-19 affects their society, it can affect them even more strongly. They have poverty, they don't have access to the resources, they don't have access to food for good health, they don't have access to medicines to deal with this. So it makes them very vulnerable. So there are many people on this earth that are in that situation, that COVID-19 has come in like a tsunami, but they're in a situation with that poverty that makes them very, very vulnerable. And then there are other people who really are people who may have been abandoned by others. For whatever reason, the sort of people that are on the fringe of that society. People don't like them, or they themselves may have certain tendencies which lead them to be isolated, so they don't have the support of others. They don't have family who care about them. Or even if they have family, their family has rejected them. And that may have come about as a result of their own behaviour. So there'll be many people in this situation. COVID-19 comes, then they don't have support if they become sick, or if there's further fallout from COVID-19, like unemployment, losing their job, that these people are, in a sense, abandoned. And then there are those people whose social situation, they may be a single parent, and as a result of COVID-19, they may have lost their income. They don't have a job. And so then struggling to support just the one parent. They're isolated and maybe with more than one child to look after. And they don't have the resources to be able to do it. And the demands of their children are very great. They don't have the resources. And they're in a very vulnerable situation. And then there are the people who are homeless, destitute, don't even have a proper roof over their head. They may be living in, basically like slum, or the roof over their head, if they've got a roof, is like plastic. And so then if they succumb to COVID-19, they're extremely vulnerable. And there may be people who are living in situations where they're surrounded by violence. They may be living in a very violent type of place where there's a lot of crime. And again, with COVID-19 manifesting, that makes them even more vulnerable. So here is we have a responsibility of having met the Dharma, having experienced the benefit of the Dharma in our lives, understanding it's due to the kindness of the Buddhas, due to the kindness of our Lamas, that we have access to these methods which allow our life to become meaningful. So it's our responsibility to repay that kindness. And given that the Buddhas and the Lamas function in order to be of benefit to others, that's their purpose. Then to repay the kindness of our teachers and the Buddha, it's only appropriate that we work to benefit others and benefit those who are most vulnerable. And we can also be thinking of those people who don't have methods to be able to deal with the problems. They don't have any psychological support. They don't have any spiritual support. They don't have a method to develop some meaning in the pain that they're experiencing. And so as a result of that, they may become very resentful and embittered. So then to consider these people and wishing them wish that they may develop some understanding which allows them to free their mind of the embitteredness that may have arisen as a result of COVID-19, combined with their attitude. But then also on the other hand, as a result of COVID-19, some people who've, as a result of COVID-19, their life has been transformed in a positive way. That their experience of it, whatever it may be some type of loss, maybe you've gone through the illness, psychological problem, whatever, financial difficulty, but as a result of it, they've become a better person. So just like how it is that the lotus is born out of filthy mud, and it opens then to the sun and gives joy to people, then likewise there are some people who have become like the lotus as a result of that catastrophe of COVID-19. They become the source of joy to others. They start to use their life to be a benefit of others, and then to open their hearts up to spiritual practice. So wherever this has been the case, then we should rejoice in this. And so then to recite the refuge and bodhicitta, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so then, having cultivated motivation and concern for others, then to visualize that above the crown of one's head, the embodiment of compassion manifests in the form of Chenrezig. And then as we recite that, the mantra, we recite 3 malas of mantras of Om Mani Padme Hums. We receive from Chenrezig waves of inspiring strength so that we can be of benefit to others. We receive the waves of inspiring strength and compassion of Chenrezig so that our life can be of benefit to others. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Now to recite the actual prayer. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they're placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of Dakini's Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of Dakini's Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth and infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate from the body and mind in the near instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever suffers there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of Dakini's Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are then placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 disease, and so forth. That may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, due to depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of Dakini's Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind and mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that they place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of Dakini's Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are then placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power by the endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in their instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are then placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth, the infallibility of karma, the results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth, the infallibility of karma as a result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are then placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth, the infallibility of karma, its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma, its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth, the infallibility of karma, and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then just to dedicate positive results from that have arisen from engaging in the practice. And here to be reflecting on how was it when I introduced this session, to be thinking about those people who are most vulnerable, anyway, they're vulnerable anyway, but to become additionally vulnerable as a result of COVID-19. Those people who are living in poverty, we dedicate the positive results of doing this practice. May it be that their poverty becomes alleviated. May it be that they are able to deal with the situation of poverty in a way in which their mind is not resentful. To be thinking of all those people throughout the world, not only having to experience COVID-19 and the fallout from it, but because of the situation of lacking in resources, it becomes additionally painful, a source of suffering. And then those people who are on the fringe of societies, fringe dwellers, who don't have people to care for them. Maybe people who've been abandoned by their families. People who have some sort of mental disability. People whose conduct is such that they've been rejected by others. And so it's a case like this. People can be very heartless towards people in that situation. They don't like those people, and so they're not worthy of concern. So then COVID-19 can be additionally painful for them. They've been rejected by the society. They're not included, not cared about. And we could conclude here those people who are in prison. In prisons, there are some prisons which are very poor circumstances and mistreated by the prison guards. No kindness or compassion expressed towards them. And they may have COVID-19. But these people are very much worthy of our concern, so we dedicate towards them. May they be able to deal with that situation. And then the single parents, those people who have the responsibility for looking after children, but there's only one there themselves to deal with that situation, no partner to be able to help them. And the situation is so bad that if the partner was there, it would make the situation even worse because of the nature of that relationship. So for those people in that situation, the single parent, dealing with COVID-19, either directly or indirectly as a result of COVID-19, experiencing a lot of suffering and pain. And those people who are destitute, who are homeless, don't have shelter, but may be in situations where they have close contact with the possibility of getting COVID-19. And because they don't have the resources as well, very little protection against the result of COVID-19. So generating an attitude of concern, dedicating whatever positive results from doing this towards their well-being. And then to those people who may have become embittered as a result of COVID-19, feel that they're a victim, have been abandoned, have become embittered as a result just feeling that they're a victim, maybe as directly as a result of the illness or losing their job, or feeling that the government has not done the right thing to protect them. So generating a heartfelt wish that they don't go down that pathway of seeing themselves as a victim. And then to rejoice in the cases of people, those people who've gone through, in some way, misfortune of COVID-19, directly as a result of the illness or indirectly, loss of a job, financial disaster, emotionally challenging situation, but they have flourished in that situation. So just like the lotus in Buddhism comes out of a filthy lake, then here for these people, they become like lotus that rises out of this catastrophe and gives off joy to others and opens up to the sun. And so for some people, as a result of this, they open up to spiritual practice, open up to the Buddhas. It becomes a source for their inner transformation. So then dedicate positive results of doing this practice here, that may it be the case that these people flourish. May it be that they have that kind of mind and be of benefit to others. Then also to dedicate here from engaging in this practice, being really trying to take on an attitude of concern for others. That we are embodying the wishes of our lamas and the Buddhas. And so then dedicating the results of the practice towards the continuation of Buddhas manifesting in the world in whatever way is of most benefit, including manifesting as teachers, like the examples of His Holiness Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa, Lama Yeshe. And may those beings continue to abide in the world, have long lives, be a source of inspiration, and provide the teachings for countless numbers of beings. Okay, so thank you. So Choki, next person, next cab of the rank.
Baton.
Yeah.
Taking the baton. Cigarette for 12 o'clock. Coffee and pen. Come back. So just listening to Venerable Tony's dedications there, I think I just always value the depth and wisdom and profundity of Venerable Tony's reflections, meditations, and so forth, and very inspired. And just hearing, when you mentioned thinking about those in prison, I was speaking to one of our people through the Liberation Prison Project in prison during the week. And because we do this sort of tag team, I always say, now, when you call, if I don't answer, leave a message and say when you'll call again, because we can't call them. And so this may be something that we in the world take for granted. And, you have to manage getting a phone call. And this gentleman, is wanting to take refuge. It's 2 states away. Half the country's in lockdown, so it's not so easy either. Just put in a request and it happens. But we're working towards that. And yeah, and even I have to say, for people in prison in Australia, as Candela said when she visited the prisons, we were so delighted. You know, His Holiness asked her to visit prisons especially. And Candela fulfilled His Holiness' wishes and even gave refuge in prison, which was quite remarkable. That person had gone through so many obstacles. But here, as she said, you know, it's like in a holiday camp compared to other countries, such as Tibet or such as in the US and so forth, where, you know, the conditions can be quite horrifying. And very early on, we were getting letters when sort of asked our students to share their stories about going into the, you know, third wave of the virus long before the rest of the world, long before the rest of the world. Of course, they are vulnerable populations, and we also saw that this week in the Northern Territory. Why, you know, one of the motivations for having such a hard border, you know, really being very strict, not letting people in so much, although they did open it up because it hadn't had cases, was particularly because of the Indigenous communities who, as Venerable Tony was saying, many are, you know, in that situation of being homeless. Or I was thinking of my friends in the desert with disabilities, and it's very difficult to get around in the desert with a disability. But many sort of very, very vulnerable, already very health compromised and so forth. And but anyway, there was a real, you know, sort of support system in place, which so far has been very good to see in our country for our Indigenous brothers, sisters in those locations. You know, I'm not sure all around the country, but particularly in those really vulnerable locations. And but also this, you know, mental illness coming, or alcoholism coming, and so forth as a result of people being in lockdown and not being able to cope, like the and as Venerable Tony mentioned, the single mothers. I was, you know, we've heard many times, you know, how do I, you know, earn the living and look after the kids at home because they're homeschooling and so forth. I don't have anyone else. So many people in so many situations, and that's just drawing on our situation in Australia, let alone what it's like in places like India or in Brazil, the Philippines, so many places around the world. Of course, you know, by way of contrast, reading the news headlines about how Israel has opened up, and I think this week we're celebrating they went to the beach and celebrated gay pride, and it was a huge gathering of people because they've rolled out the vaccination very efficiently. Of course, you know, it's not fully there yet, but you know, we see this virus as being very pervasive and continuing on, and so therefore our prayers, pervasive, continuing on. And we can call to mind all of those that we have heard about, that we wish to pray for, and generate, you know, the immeasurable thoughts through the of, you know, immeasurable equanimity, loving kindness, compassion, and joyfulness. So just reciting those verses to generate that kind heart, or to where that's already generated, which, you know, all of us listening in here, participating in this prayer-a-thon, definitely there, but to make our mind more spacious with these immeasurable thoughts for immeasurable beings, visualizing them all around you, every atom of space, and thinking, you know, holding each and every one dear in our heart. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from the closeness of attachment and the distance of hatred. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood. May they achieve Buddhahood. I myself will cause them to achieve Buddhahood. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. Visualize transforming ourselves into the Dharma jewel that connects all beings with the Dharma jewel just by our daily activities. You know, when I was at the Sister for Sister Women's Interfaith Gathering earlier in the week, and we were told, you know, this is not about spooking any particular religion. We want you to share your spiritual journey and how you live your spirituality in day-to-day life, really practical terms. And this is how we do connect, you know, one human to another from that true heart. Immeasurable compassion. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So as Charles Darwin said, we're all hardwired for compassion. We can't help but help. Us humans can't help but help each other. An immeasurable joyfulness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never separated from the happiness and high rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from these. I myself will cause them never to be separated from these. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So those of us indeed who've been able to flourish through this period of pandemic and continue to do so through the connection, through the guidance of our precious gurus, His Holiness Dalai Lama, who will be celebrating 86th birthday this week on Tuesday, and then also Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche giving us all the guidance needed. So as Geshe Sultram reminded us the other day, you know, when we do puja for His Holiness, must do Om Mani Padme Hum, you know, for the world at this time, because that was one of the advices of His Holiness Dalai Lama. And then we have all the other precious prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama that Lama Zopa Rinpoche has given us to do. Plus, you know, this very rich and powerful practice that we're engaging in here for the benefit of the world. And this gives, just speaking for myself, a sort of sense of purpose and conviction that we're able to help in whichever way, hidden or otherwise, that our prayers do help beings. I think just having that thought that we're generating all this positive energy out in the world for the pacification of this disease is very beneficial to the mind. So with those vast, spacious thoughts, turning to the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. Infinite like space. Visualizing all sentient beings around you in human form, engaging in this practice, connecting your heart to theirs for their benefit. And going for refuge to the Buddha, to the Guru, inseparable. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakini. So if you're familiar with the whole refuge field, you can visualize that or visualize it all arising in this form of Shakyamuni Buddha visualized in front, inseparable, all Buddha, Dharma, Sangha jewels. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Reflecting on that, resting your mind in that vast, clear light space, the mind, unobstructed, infinite potential to purify everything that disturbs the mind and then disturbs others, ourselves and others, and then to fully perfect all the positive qualities. We have all those potentialities. From that vast, spacious awareness arising the heart of compassion, visualizing above the crown of every sentient being around you and every atom of space, an emanation of pure altruistic compassion, such as Arya Chenrezig here, in the nature of light, the essence of all the compassion, of all limitless compassion, of limitless Buddhas. Very powerful, healing energy streaming down through your crown and their crowns as we recite the mantra of compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So that vibration of the mantra in your own body and the bodies of all those other beings, this healing, powerful energy is expanded by this emanation above your crown, dissolving into an orb of light, the essence of infinite compassion, which melts through your crown and the crown of all the beings around you, and every atom of space comes to sit at your heart, and just think, radiating out the power of compassion from the center of your chest, from your heart chakra, out to all the sentient beings on every atom of space around you, and at the end of each beam, like each beam dripping with nectar of compassion entering their hearts, and then radiating back to you, our heart to heart. Resuscitation of karuna, compassion, infinite compassion. maintaining that connection, that heart connection, we'll recite the actual prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant. Not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. Yes, such as this coronavirus, or up to alpha, beta, gamma, delta, or the variations of this virus, but all other viruses, just like at the time of Thangtong Gyalpo, got pacified. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So it's always such a graphic description when you come into a Tibetan Gompa, Tibetan Buddhist Gompa, and you have that wheel of life, no matter where you are born, and the fangs and the claws of Yama, the Lord of Death. May we purify all that, pacify all that, pacify, in the middle there. It's got the three poisonous minds, all our desire energy and aversion energy and the root confusion, ignorance, all be pacified. And then none of that happens. That's the crux. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So think, reflecting what it means that all the dedications and prayers that we offer to the world for the pacification of this pandemic, and that may it be fulfilled quickly, you know. Almost a year now we've been doing these monthly, engaging in this weekly prayerathon, and many other people engaging in prayer around the world, and we can see we've got a long way to go in the world to pacify this pandemic. So may we, as His Holiness the Dalai Lama says, never give up. And as we turn to celebrate, you know, His Holiness the Dalai Lama's birthday this coming week, his 86th birthday, and we can therefore offer our, you know, sort of requests for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and of course all our precious gurus to remain long, to stay and teach, to stay and guide us in the world through this crazy, you know, sort of navigate our way through this crazy world and our crazy minds. Dangri wa we ko we jin kam de pendant de wa ma lu zhong we ne Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso yi shape si te badu tangu chi. In this land, encircled by snowy mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. And for the long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Tu su shan shin jam gun gyao wei, Tenzin gam pao wei kun zog lu po ze. Chusum ko wele mon tu tu pada su du she gun du shab ti shu. Hello, Venerable Tendron La.
Venerable, good morning. How are you?
Very well. How are you? Whereabouts are you?
Sorry?
Where are you?
I'm in Dharamsala.
You're in Dharamsala. So it's very morning to you. So
It's morning. It's 7:30. 7:35. How are you? You're at Chenrezig, yeah? Yeah.
12 o'clock. So we're about to have a little celebration here. We might sort of come right at the end when Damchola comes in. And for Margot, our multimedia champion here who's kept us all online through this prayer-a-thon. So has just got good news. She's staying with us 2 more years. Her visa's come through. So we're very happy. We'll
Oh, congratulations. I'm very happy.
celebration at the moment. We're in a sort of mini lockdown still. But good to see you, and please
And good to see you.
stay well.
You too. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to our session. And sorry, my glasses have broken, and so I'm going to futz with them a little bit, I think. Welcome to our session and this activity of healing the world by means of the prayer of the great meditator Thangtong Gyalpo. His prayer freeing Sakya from disease. And here we can think, freeing the world from disease, freeing all beings from disease, freeing the environment from disease. And because this has come about because of the pandemic, we can focus on this. But we can keep in mind that this disease of body and mind, and in particular of the mind, and in particular the pervasion of the afflictions that cause us to create negative karmas, that cause the arising of all kinds of suffering, and specifically the 3 kinds of suffering, that this pervades the universe in all our lives. And we want to keep this in mind. So as we engage in this activity today, you can find the text in the notes below. And I'm Losang Tendrin, and I'm greeting you from my room in Jamyang Chiling Nunnery in Dharamsala, India. And as I say, it's early morning, so you may hear sounds from outside my window, the monks at Kirti doing their memorization. Some of the nuns from here are just now leaving to get their 2nd dose of the vaccine. So all kinds of things are going on in the world. We're engaging in activities we hope that will benefit the world, that will generate love and compassion and bodhicitta in our minds. And so we want to start with the idea that we're going to generate bodhicitta in our minds, that we're going to generate great compassion. And from it, we're going to generate compassion and love for all sentient beings. So let's get comfortable, sitting in a meditation posture if you like, on a chair, sitting in a way that helps you to focus your mind for the next half hour. And letting go of whatever you were thinking about, whatever happened this morning, tonight, that's in the past and is finished, what's coming in the future doesn't exist, it's not here. And letting go of whatever's happening outside of this session. Because meditation occurs in our minds, we want to focus within comfortably and pay attention to our breathing for just a few minutes. With each exhalation, letting go of any stress, mentally relaxing. And with each inhalation, feeling rejuvenated, feeling the energy that's pervading your body, and focus on that breath, or on your own mind, or on any particular object of meditation that you're working with. And let's focus on that for just a couple of minutes, utilizing mindfulness and introspection. And now let's continue with a serene feeling, a happy, calm feeling, and visualize sentient beings all around us. It's in dependence on sentient beings that we create karma, and it's in dependence on sentient beings that we have this opportunity to practice morality, to generate affection, love, compassion. It's this opportunity to practice patience and joyous effort, meditative concentration, the wisdom realizing emptiness, which is no different than dependent arising. No phenomena exists independently by means of its own characteristics. Each and every phenomenon arises in dependence on something else. We can think that the three jewels, our refuge, come about in dependence on sentient beings. Because the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha come about in dependence on great compassion. And great compassion comes about in dependence on sentient beings. Great compassion arises through observing sentient beings without excluding even one. So feel all sentient beings around you. If possible, visualize them not jammed together, but extending throughout space, beginning with those closest to you in this life, mother, father, siblings, relatives, friends, those with whom you have perhaps conflicted feelings, frustration, anger, and then all sentient beings of the six realms in human form seated around you. Whatever visual you have, it doesn't matter. But the important thing is to feel, to know that all sentient beings are all around us, and to feel that we're connected to each and every one. And use this as a basis to generate our motivation for this session, the bodhicitta motivation, to generate loving kindness and affection, wishing for all sentient beings to have happiness and well-being, including yourself. Generate compassion, wishing for every sentient being to be free from every kind of suffering, from the sufferings of diseases of body and mind, from the effects of war and violence, overt and covert, from what we call natural disasters, and more importantly, free from the causes of these sufferings, the afflicted states of mind, and the karma that results from afflicted states. And at the base, thinking that we want all sentient beings, including ourselves, to be free from the pervasive potential for suffering. And how can sentient beings, how can we be free from suffering and have happiness and well-being? What we need to achieve our goals is loving kindness and compassion, which leads us from within to work with sentient beings. So generate the conviction that what's necessary to accomplish our goal of freeing all sentient beings, and that is loving kindness and compassion, and that the best way to achieve this is to serve sentient beings selflessly, especially to achieve the state of a fully enlightened being. And here we can think to achieve the state of the compassion guru, Chenrezig, to benefit all sentient beings. And specifically for this session, for this purpose, I shall focus my mind on engaging in this practice of compassion in reliance on Chenrezig, who is all around us, who is present for each and every sentient being at all times, in all places. And so we're practicing to create the merit to achieve enlightenment, to be of greatest possible benefit for all sentient beings. In the space before you, visualize your root guru, if you have one, in the form that pleases you as a monk or nun or layperson. You can visualize the three jewels, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, or you can think, my guru who embodies the three jewels is guiding me and guiding all of us unmistakably out of suffering to enlightenment. This is our refuge. This is the refuge that is always with us. This is the refuge that we will become. So we have the external refuge, the causal refuge, and the resultant refuge. So with a mind of refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, who's inseparable from our guru, we can recite together, essence encompassing all of the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, foremost of all the noble ones intent on virtue. To the glorious holy guru, I go for refuge. Please, Guru, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, hindrances on the path to not arise. Bless me that I cease all wrong conceptions and attain the two precious bodhicittas. Determined to be of the greatest benefit for all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like the wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and the wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of all transmigratory beings. And again, if you don't have it with you, you'll find the text that we're using in the notes below this screen. And we'll continue with our motivation and our taking of refuge, with the refuge from our prayer today, from our activity today. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddhas. Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we have the causal refuge that will lead us to enlightenment, to be of benefit to all sentient beings. And we have the resultant refuge within us that we will actualize. All sentient beings, my mothers equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now you can visualize on the crown of your head is a white lotus, and on that a stainless white moon disk, and on that appears the all-compassionate Chenrezig, who has a faultless snow-white body with 4 arms, the first 2 folded in prayer at his heart. In the other right hand, he holds a crystal mala. In the other left, a white lotus in full bloom. His eyes look with infinite compassion on each and every sentient being throughout space, without any partiality. And if you're more comfortable, you could visualize Chenrezig directly in front of you, a little higher than all the sentient beings who are surrounding us, and know that Chenrezig is inseparable, indistinguishable from each of our own root guru, who has every quality of Chenrezig. And in the heart of all compassionate Chenrezig is your root guru. If you like, you can think that at the heart of all compassionate Chenrezig is His Holiness the Dalai Lama, inseparable from Chenrezig. And with this visualization, we will recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we recite, visualize light shining out from Chenrezig, touching each and every sentient being who is purified of all negative karma and its causes, the afflicted mind of ignorance and confusion. And as light goes out, each and every sentient being is transformed into Chenrezig. And the outer realm, the environment becomes clean and pure and perfect. You can think of places you've been or seen or imagined, places that are desirable with trees and streams, beaches if you like, beautiful skies, the sounds of birds. Think of each sense factor, what you can see, beautiful, what you can hear, sounds of birds, delightful aromas, whatever you like, the realm of bliss. And the body, speech, and mind of all sentient beings are freed from disease, from discomfort, from all negativities and faults. And above the crown of each and every one is compassionate, omniscient, all-powerful Chenrezig. If you have the empowerment, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig sending out light rays. We can recite the mantra with this visualization. And if visualization is difficult for you, you can think in this way, maintain your motivation, think of all sentient beings around you, and generate loving kindness and compassion. We can recite the mantra aloud or quietly, as you prefer. And as you recite, infuse this compassionate activity with a meditation on emptiness, awareness of emptiness in a simple way by thinking, our being here, our activity, our relation with our guru, with Chenrezig, with all sentient beings, this is all a dependent arising. So let's recite the mantra for a few minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 All sentient beings, including ourselves, becoming free from all disease, from all poverty, all deprivation, all afflictions, all ignorance and confusion. The outer form of all sentient beings becomes like Chenrezig, perfectly pure, and the minds of all sentient beings, perfectly pure, free from afflicted states, free from bias, free from suffering, and all the environment, pure and clean and beautiful, mountains and trees, beautiful skies, entrancing sounds, fragrances, delighting the senses, delicious tastes, soft and appealing touch. All of this is possible. All of this occurs. And take a few seconds to sit, to know that this is true. Feel loving compassion, loving kindness and compassion pervade your body, pervade your mind. The feeling of ease and joy. And combine this with awareness that all of this is arising in dependence of our activity, of reciting the mantra, of generating the thought, of gathering together here today. And with this thought, with this awareness, let's dedicate our activity using the prayer of the great meditator, Thangtong Gyalpo. Due to these merits, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all of this not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so on. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the takinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the unmistaken truth of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled immediately. And let's rejoice in the merits that we've created today of ourselves and others who engage in this activity, and others who engage in all compassionate activity, Buddhist and non-Buddhist. The merits of those hosting this activity. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute, and the technical support making this possible. Thank you so much the wizard of technology, Chenrezig, and I hear that you've received a new visa to be able to stay and provide the support. We rejoice. We rejoice in the merits of all who act with compassion, seeking to benefit others, those whom we see, those whom we don't see, those whom we know and we don't know, those working with disease, those working with those experiencing depression, psychosis, violence, deprivation, loss, those who are providing food and shelter and comfort throughout the world. And as we hold each being with affection and loving kindness and compassion, think, may I become fully enlightened in order to benefit each and every sentient being throughout the universe until samsara ends. So we dedicate our merits in the following way. If there are beings, if there are people, animals, beings, or projects for which you especially wish to dedicate the merits, bring those to mind now. And we dedicate so that all the holy beings, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all the holy beings remain for a very long time. And in life after life, we dedicate that we may never be separated from them. And may all their holy wishes be fulfilled without delay. May our precious teachers have long and healthy lives, and may we fulfill their holy wishes exactly as has been expressed. May those who have died, recently died, are dying now, be reborn in a pure land, or at least achieve a perfect human rebirth, meet the perfect spiritual friend, receive the Dharma, and actualize the complete path to enlightenment, or actualize whatever path is most suitable to that being. May those who are ill with physical illness, with depression, so on, especially with illnesses related to COVID-19, be quickly relieved of all symptoms and all causes of that illness. May the supreme and precious bodhicitta, which has not arisen in myself and others, arise and grow right now without a second's delay. And where it has arisen, may it never decline, but increase more and more. However many ill beings there are in the world, may they quickly be freed from all illness. Whatever illnesses there are in the world, without exception, cease and never occur again. And the 3 verses from Nagarjuna's precious garland, like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood of the forest, may always be enjoyed by sentient beings exactly as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them more than myself. May all their negative karmas ripen upon me, and may all my virtues ripen upon them. And we can repeat these 2 lines mentally, verbally, throughout the day, throughout each of our days. May all their negative karmas ripen upon me, and may all my virtues ripen upon them. For as long as even one sentient being is not liberated from cyclic existence, for that long may I remain in cyclic existence, even though I attain Buddhahood. And we could seal our merits with emptiness, do all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of true existence. May I, who is completely empty of true existence, lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of true existence from their own side to the state of complete enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. And we can pray and dedicate for the long life, first of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, you who are the sole protector of the Snowland teachings and all sentient beings, who clearly show the path of unified compassion and emptiness. To the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, sustaining and preserving and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who magnificently accomplished prayers honoring the 3 jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, live long. In all my lives, never separated from you, my perfectly pure gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By accomplishing all the good qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain your very state of Vajradhara. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And Venerable Damche, good morning. Good morning from Dharamsala and good evening. Where are you?
It is, well, it is early morning. It is 3:30 in the UK.
Ah,
How are you, Venerable Tendron?
Good morning. Welcome to this miraculous activity. And I wish you a very good session.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And look, there she is. The successful applicant that you mentioned.
We just had cake and chai without you. Sorry about that. Just to celebrate, just a little celebration of 2 more years. Yay!
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Congratulations,
Thank
Margot.
you.
Well deserved.
Yes.
You
Thank
had us all worried, you know. You never know with bureaucracy, you know, it can take a while to get through. But I'm glad you got the visa, and that I understand you're staying another 2 years.
Yes, and it's 2 years, full 2 years.
Oh, good. 2 years more of prayerathon secured. Take.
And beyond, because after that she's going to apply to stay here forever.
Oh, good. Good. And we want to see you in maroon.
One thing at a time. Speaking of which, I heard a bit of your good news. I don't know if you want to share it online, but there you go.
Every time I shared it, my flight got cancelled, so I'm holding back.
Okay. But rejoicing as well.
Oh, thank you very much indeed. But I will share it with you in due course.
Okay.
All right. Well done.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Margot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, it's good news all around.
No,
Margot, who's been so kindly looking after our, heading the media team with all the other wonderful helpers, really made sure that, you know, we have been online for the last year on Zoom and on YouTube. So, you know, everyone out there, I hope you can join me in congratulating Margot for the wonderful, wonderful work and the wonderful team that's there. And look at them all. What a happy bunch, you know. The compassion that comes from, oh, great. Hold on, let me get behind you. No, it's an absolute pleasure. It's, you know, it's not just about, you know, those of us who are in front of the camera. It's also the wonderful people behind who make it possible for us to actually be out there to reach out to you in your homes, you know, wherever you are in this world right now. So thank you very much for joining. And that was just wonderful. Yes, it's having gone through bureaucratic stuff myself just recently with the UK. You know, it's applying for settled status and various other bits and bobs. It can be quite nerve-wracking, even if you have all the paperwork in place. You never know, you know, how it sometimes comes out. And but I'm so really pleased for Margot and everyone at Chenrezig Institute. And may have many, many more years with that happy crowd over there. And I'm sure the mother hen of Dharma, Chökyala, will be looking after you. And like she does, you know, with everyone over there. Okay, so let's take a moment and just relax back into the peace of our minds. Take a few deep breaths and reflect on the reasons why we're here. You may be here as part of the advice that Lama Zopa has given us to recite these prayers for the benefit of our mother sentient beings while the COVID pandemic is going on. And we're about to have our 50th session next week. So this one today is the 49th prayerathon. Next week is the 50th. Then end of July we have our 53rd 1-year anniversary. So it's been quite a project that has brought many of us together, much closer together. So again, great foresight by Lama Zopa, using the technology so wisely to make sure that we all connect wherever we are. And, across all the different time zones. You may be here because you miss the communities that you may be attending during other times, and COVID has sort of put a stop to that because of restrictions and lockdowns. You may be here because you either have experienced COVID yourself, or you have cared for somebody who has been ill or has died from COVID or suffered other impacts, financial and social. And with that, of course, when we think about that, how quickly we consider our reputation and our, are we being perceived in general? Maybe gone from a secure income to something that really questions our sustainability of a certain lifestyle, being able to take care of one's family. So whatever your reasons for being here, you're most welcome. Even if you just join us to have a look, what is this prayerathon all about? You don't have to be Buddhist to be here, but you have to have is a kind heart. And with that kind heart, you want to ensure that the suffering for all beings is eased and ideally eradicated. And in order to ensure that that can be the case, we also have to look at our own actions. How we think about beings, how we speak about beings, how we act. We are doing all this to purely further our own ambition, our own greed. Or are we really out there to say, okay, I'm trying to better myself so that I can be of more benefit? Ultimately, we have to take care of ourselves, stay in tip-top condition to be of maximum benefit to others. And also, by knowing the way out, we can guide others out of the samsaric existence. I'd like to read a few verses from the King of Prayer. Those of you who have been following for quite a while, you know these verses now quite well. And if you listen to it for the very first time, they're not necessarily in the consecutive order as they would appear in the King of Prayer, but I picked 4 that spoke to me from the heart. And within it, we acknowledge our reasons for being here, setting the motivation, acknowledging the community, acknowledging the importance of our precious teachers, and then setting bodhicitta motivation. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. Having said our initial mind onto the correct path of why we're here and what we're trying to achieve. Let's visualize now our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. And if you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, that's perfectly all right. Just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And those of you who do not wish to engage in deities, just visualize a clear light in the space in front or above the crown of your head. And let that light be filled with unconditional love and compassion for all sentient beings. We're not talking about humans, we're talking about all beings, from the smallest insect, to the biggest whale, across the realms of the humans, the spirits, the hell realms, of the gods, demigods, and animals, right across the spectrum. Because we wish all sentient beings to be freed from samsara and reach enlightenment, we can visualize all those beings in human form. Visualize how light emanates from the Guru in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are across the realms. And each light beam enters the body of those beings to the crown of their heads, filling them with pure light nectar that purifies away all negative karma and delusions of all past lifetimes. And feeling the purifying action of that great love and compassion of the Guru. And how we shake off all that the dust and dirt and grime that we carried for so many eons with us. Feel how refreshing it is to just be cleansed of it. Like having worked a long, hard day in the fields, coming back, taking a well-deserved, refreshing shower, washing away all the dust, lifting, easing the tightness of the muscles from being bent over all day long, plowing the field by hand and maybe even picking crop. Just how all that weight is lifted, how we can stretch out again, how we can stand tall again. And get rid of all the aches and pains that come with heavy graft and bad positioning. Again, we recognize that so much suffering has existed. And part of the problem is how we thought, how we spoke of, and how we acted towards all mother sentient beings. And because of those actions, not all of them to be of benefit, we have created also the negative causes for us, and therefore the suffering that comes through attachment and hatred and indifference. Having put our own needs and wants first, above all beings, having served our own interest, and at times walking over the needs of others just to get there. And we regret these actions, and we ask all mother sentient beings for forgiveness, that we have caused pain and suffering to them. Like us, these beings do not wish to suffer. So hence, we promise that from now on we will carry out our actions in a way that is beneficial and supportive of all Mother Sentient beings. And through offering service to those beings, can we also redeem ourselves. In the same way we enjoy giving a present to a good friend, and see the joy on their faces and the smiles, especially if it's something they wanted, something they can use to make their life easier, or just even for the joy. Let's rejoice in giving joy and happiness to all Mother Sentient beings, offering them a life that is free from suffering, at least to the extent that we can enable them right now. We are not perfect yet, but we strive to be. All sentient beings, my mother so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assemblies of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all Mother Sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies even more. We can feel more and more of the purifying process taking place, atom by atom, and the spaces between those atoms, revealing more and more of our true nature, the Buddha nature that we have buried under all these delusions, obstructions, and negative karma for so many lifetimes. And we rejoice that we reach this valid point, this important point. We begin to exchange light back to the Guru, the great light of love and compassion and forgiveness and purification. And as we cleanse more and more, we also begin to exchange ourselves with all Mother Sentient beings, especially those who are still struggling and need the support and love and compassion. And as more and more beings join, we all begin to shine brighter together as a collective. We all exchange ourselves with the Guru and with one another. We are one with the Guru. We are one with all Mother Sentient beings. We are all one source of love and compassion. And all of us wish nothing more than to benefit all those remaining sentient beings wherever they are across the 6 realms, to be freed from samsaric existence and liberated to achieve the state of full enlightenment. And we hold on to that vision of exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sentient beings. As we recite the Mani Mantra, we remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind. Body, speech, and mind of our current state of defilement. But we wish to transform. We wish to transform into the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. And the way of doing this is by acquiring wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma. Combine them in Om. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how we transform, how we keep exchanging ourselves, how more and more beings join us, and we become a brighter, brighter beacon in the darkness, dispelling more and more of samsara, the dark clouds and of samsara. And like a bright beacon, guide all those who are still lost in samsaric existence to enlightenment. We recite the mantra about, somewhere around 5-10 minutes. So we recite a few out loud and then the rest on breath. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Please hold us in your compassion, compassionate Buddha. For all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, or to endure unbearable torments, there is no other refuge than you, great protector. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time, under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice. One is born in the realm of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the sufferings of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O Protector. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is reborn, or one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the pure land of devotion. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous semigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places, and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra throughout the 10 directions. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings that will have to train pay the greatest attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our shortcomings through the actions of body, speech, and mind, and the suffering we have caused for all Mother Sentient beings since beginning of time, having asked for forgiveness and made the promise of acting in a beneficial way to all those that we have harmed from now on and to all other sentient beings. Having exchanged ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sentient beings whilst reciting Mani Mantra, maybe visualize ourselves now as purified and in the aspect of Chenrezig. And from that pure state on, maybe hold on to that purity for as long as we possibly can, at least the duration of these prayers, so that we may benefit to the fullest all Mother Sentient beings, especially those who are still lost in samsara and those who need our help. Before we recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, may we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us to help clear away any obscurations that may come our way. The Tara mantra has been recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, whose birthday we celebrate on the 6th of July, his 86th birthday. His Holiness is the embodiment of Chenrezig in this life for us all to see. He leads as a great example with love and compassion for all beings. May we benefit from his presence in this and all future lifetimes. May we never be separated from his wisdom and guidance. May all his wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And may we dedicate also the Tara mantra for his long life. If we visualize the Great Mother Tara in the space in front of us, emerald green in color. Light radiating from our body in all 10 directions, finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings to ensure that obscurations for all those beings are being removed. And again, Om represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara herself. Tara liberates from samsara, the Tara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tara liberates from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. Recite the mantra a few times out loud, and then we finish the mala on breath. Om Tare Dutare Dure Soha. 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 Tare Dutare Dure Soha. Tare Dutare Dure Soha. Tare Dutare Visualize how all obscurations and obstructions to the practice have been removed, so the environment is set. We now invite the guardians to join us. Despite their appearance, Let's embrace these guardians. In this case, we're calling upon Vajrapani for the Vajra armor and black manjushri. Despite their wrathful and ferocious appearances, may we embrace them as loyal family who have taken it upon themselves to make sure that we stay on the straight and narrow, so that we don't create harm for ourselves and other sentient beings, that we're true to the path. But likewise, they also come into action to protect us from outside influences that may strive to harm us or take us off the path. And then we can argue, why do they have to look ferocious then? It's like a mother smiling when we do things right, but also very much changing her face when we do something silly and dangerous, jumping into action. Like a lioness standing between her cubs and the danger. So we think about the guardians like that and embrace them. Show them therefore the utmost respect. So if you visualize a ferocious dark blue Vajrapani in the space in front of us, his feet are stretched out and you can hold the Vajra on the right hand and the snake lasso on the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are admitted fire, Garuda, signs, scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorm destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms and interferers. As we recite the mantra, visualize how you put on a protective armor or surgical gown, whichever way you want to think about it. It's not just to protect ourselves from outside influences, but also ensuring that if we haven't purified enough, that we don't pass anything on to other beings that may harm them. Vajaped Padmaswari Ped Pashenaganang Tada Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasuha. Vajaped Padmaswari Ped Pashenaganang Tada Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasuha. Vajaped Padmaswari Ped Pashenaganang Tada Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasuha. Vajaped Padmaswari Ped Pashenaganang Tada Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasuha. Vajaped Padmaswari Ped Pashenaganang Tada Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasuha. Vajaped Padmaswari Ped Pashenaganang Tada Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasuha. Vajaped Padmaswari Ped Pashenaganang Tada Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasuha. Vajaped Padmaswari Ped Pashenaganang Tada Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasuha. Vajaped Padmaswari Ped Pashenaganang Tada Savrita Hanana Vajna Rakshakshasuha. It's going on Black Manjushri. He has a wrathful face, 3 eyes. In his 2 hands, he holds the scripture in the left and the sword in the right. He is adorned with precious bone ornaments. He stands in mass of fire. And the flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies, purifying all negative karma, obstructions, sickness, spirits, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. And although it said interferes in Vajra armor and spirits here in Black Manjushri, we're not trying to destroy the beings if it can be helped, because the destruction of the being is not necessarily beneficial to them. But what we're trying to destroy is the seeds of the motivation for those beings to act a certain way that causes harm and pain and suffering to other sentient beings, and therefore in return for themselves, keeping them in that cycle of samsara. We want them to be liberated as well. So Tang Che Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningu La Chikara Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Ha Tang Che Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningu La Chikara Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Ha Tang Che Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningu La Chikara Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Ha Tang Che Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningu La Chikara Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Ha Tang Che Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningu La Chikara Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Ha Tang Che Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningu La Chikara Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Ha Tang Che Chu Su Du Tu Su Du Mi Su Ningu La Chikara Jakam Shantam Pepe Su. So having now fully prepared ourselves in our environment, maybe now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We have time to recite, let's do three good recitations. And, pardon me, rather warm here. So what we can do is, having chosen three recitations, if we consider the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, and suffering of the mind, that occurs. So we can do one recitation for each of those. If you have more time, you could also extend it into the 6 realms, either one for each realm or 3 times for each realm. It doesn't really matter. What matters most is that what you do with the prayer is that it comes from a pure place to be of benefit. Or if you make a request, that comes from a pure place rather than self-serving. So as it's such a wonderful quiet flow this morning, let's keep it also, I have to remind myself to keep it a little bit more calm and relaxed so that we can go maybe through these individual verses with attention to what we're actually reciting. May all disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of having happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have raids and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakhinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truths of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of having happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have raids and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's had in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names differ beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 foot splits at suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have rages and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that concludes the main prayers. So we have time for the dedications. May we dedicate to the benefit of our mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May we be the one who causes them to be free from suffering and enjoy the happiness that is free of suffering. May all sentient beings achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and may we be the cause for them to achieve enlightenment. May we dedicate to the precious Sangha community, not just our traditions, but our other traditions as well. May the precious Sangha achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate because of their commitment to studying the Dharma, teaching the Dharma, carrying out translations and making it accessible, making the Dharma accessible to so many. By doing so, keeping the flame of the Dharma alive and burning bright. May our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, never be separated from the Dharma, and this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious lay community who through their great kindness, giving their time, expertise, and also finances to support Dharma projects, making sure that Dharma centers can operate, events take place, charitable projects can be realized, translations taking place. May the precious lay community never be separated from the Dharma, the precious Sangha, and precious gurus, in this and all future lifetimes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to our precious gurus who through their great kindness and wisdom have guided us along the path, setting us tasks to ensure that we can engage in a much deeper level with practices that lead us to self-liberation for the benefit of all other sentient beings. May all our gurus live long and healthy lives, and if they haven't done so already, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we never be separated from the wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. And may we please them with our deeds and actions, and in the way we practice the Dharma for the benefit of all other sentient beings. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and health of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, with his 86th birthday coming up. May His Holiness's wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we always benefit from His presence in this and all future lifetimes. May we one day see His Holiness be reunited with His people in Tibet. May we dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whose great vision has tasked us with this prayerathon, making sure that we as a community come much closer together, even on a global scale, through the help of technology. Having engaged in practices to benefit all other sentient beings to a more meaningful level than we could ever have imagined during normal practices. May Lama Zopa wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May he live a long and healthy life. May we benefit from his presence in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen, arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. May we dedicate the long life of His Holiness and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Gangrira we jingam ti pendang dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso yi shapen site badu thank you chi. Lama Zopa. Tu cheng jing yam gyun gelwe ten jing gyun belwe kun zo do po tse chok chom kewe leg mun tu ru pa dak sok de je gun du sha ten sho. So that completes my session. We have a few more minutes until Venerable Chewing joins us. So I would like to say thank you very much to everyone who has been supporting Prayerathon for nearly a year now. And it's not just the recitations, Thangtong Gyalpo recitations are not just in this prayerathon, but I know that many centers and groups, particularly within the FPMT, but I'm sure also within other schools, have been reciting since last March, so best part of 15 months now, on advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and these prayers are being done on a daily basis. So in addition to what we do here, and we have seen a lot of change. We have seen a lot of change since the pandemic first broke back in early 2020, when we weren't sure about any of the vaccinations that may have been available. Well, there weren't any vaccinations available as far as we were aware. Treatment options were somewhat sporadic and limited, dealing with this new virus. And then, of course, the hardships, with all the lockdowns and isolations and restrictions here, restrictions there. But so much has changed. Vaccinations, you know, are being more and more rolled out. Unfortunately, yes, as it is with the modern world, the rich nations look after themselves first before they look after the others. But we see hopefully more and more vaccines being shared amongst all the nations and being put where they're needed the most. And I know that some countries have come into some disrepute about stockpiling for the benefit. I mean, here in the UK, we talks about maybe issuing a third vaccination in autumn because of the Delta variant. So we have to see how that all works out. But yeah, thank you very much, everyone who has been so supportive, so encouraging. You know, the feedback that you have provided, both, from those of you who listen to us, either from home or in Gompas or in centers, wherever you are, also from the wonderful community of Sangha. And again, if you were here at the beginning, we had our dear Margot, just been given another extension of her visa, another 2 years, and she will be staying with Chenrezig hopefully for the next 2 years and carry on doing the wonderful media work that she has done with the others in the media team to ensure that we were really able to live stream every week, even if there are other activities going on and others streams have to be sent out at Chenrezig Institute. And they're a very busy bunch over there. So thank you very much, Margaret. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. Thank you just everyone who has been so wonderful in supporting. And bless. Look. She's happy. She's smiling. She's holding back. But yeah, that's Margot. If you haven't seen Margot before, that's Margot, one of the wizards. Of technology. I wouldn't know where to start. I have to say, I'm still puzzled how to do screen share on Zoom. It shows what a little dinosaur I am, but we need those wonderful tech people to make it all work out. And do we have anything happening with Venerable Chöying? I know she's usually spot on. Do you see anything signing on? Anyone signing on yet?
And so
Ooh.
I will check mail.
Don't tell me we have a tech problem with your side. Screen freeze your end.
No.
Oh, yes.
What happened?
I don't know. There was a screen freeze at Chenrezig. Oh, my goodness. How could that be? No.
A screen frozen.
Yes. Oh, bless. That doesn't happen very often, I have to say. It's wonderful how that happens. But that's the joy of live stream.
It happens because I went to my hut. But now I think it's good.
Yeah, the light is gone. Yeah. No, it's fine. Yeah, you seem to be there. Yes.
Yeah, but I cannot see any email from.
Okay, we wait a few more minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Did I see? Let me just check whether I got any. So no, but this is the joy of life. You know, it's live streaming. You never know what happens next, and because Venerable Chöying, she's usually a reliable thought. So let's have a quick look then.
Mm-hmm.
So anyone who's just watching us live at the moment, don't worry, it's all fun. It's all fun and games. We just want to make sure it's so easy to just switch off, and then if we have to do, if I have to do another, no. Look. No. Interesting. All right, how long is she on? For half an hour. Okay. I'll give another couple of minutes and then I'll just fill the session. It's not a problem.
Okay.
Say hello to Venerable Losang anyway. So, but you're relieved now. You got the visa extension.
Oh yeah, now I'm happy. Yeah, because it will be 2 years,
Yes.
and it's full 2 years. So it's very good because sometimes they are giving 2 years, but
Uh-huh.
from the date when you apply.
Okay.
And I applied 8 months ago, right?
Oh, that would be a shame if you would have lost all that time.
Yeah. So now I was here these 8 months, and before 12, so it's like together 2 years I was here, and now I have 2 years from yesterday.
Oh, wonderful.
So it's very good. Yes, it's 2 full years.
Are you planning on staying in Oz?
Yeah, I would like to apply for residency after this.
Okay, so how long do you have to be in Oz? Is it 5 years, 4 or 5 years before
Well,
you can do that?
No, I think I need to check it because I was just thinking about this and I didn't check it. But
no, it's just getting the visa out of the way first, isn't it? You just, yeah, it's a bit like here, you know, when they changed everything in the UK, you go like, okay, what do I have to do now? It's just even to travel. I suddenly started printing so much stuff off to make sure that when I come back to the UK, I don't have an issue at border control because everything is digital now, and while digital might be handy, it's nice to have a hard copy to say, but this is what it says. You know,
yeah.
it's like, oops,
so it's
what
true.
system? Yeah, no, it's so no, I'm really chuffed for you. So yeah,
Thank
well
you.
done, and it's
Thank
lovely
you.
to know that you will be at Chenrezig for many, many, many more months and years, and
Yes.
have you on board. It's great. No, so well done, you. I think Venerable Chewing is not making it, but then she is. Where is she? Is she in Dharamsala or is she in Nepal? Could be that they have connection problems there. So Venerable Chewing, if you can hear us, don't worry, I'll cover for you. That's what we do.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I can not see her. Yeah, but I was thinking about how we could celebrate this our anniversary on 1st of August.
Yes.
And maybe we could do this question from our audience. I could write about email about this.
Yeah, just drop an email and we see what we can do. But I mean, it would be really nice, you know, to see how our people really, you know, what their experiences were, you know, throughout that year. And yeah, it's definitely been a wonderful experience, at least from my end, you know. And I think a lot of the Sangha enjoyed it. But it's really nice to see how maybe the audience is coping with it. You know, our little trolls, how they're doing.
Yeah. So
Trolls, we still love you. You might be sometimes a pain interrupting, but you know, you're making connections. But no, I shouldn't invite them now too much, otherwise we're full of them. Anyway, but yeah, we do something. But let's liaise by email, and then we do something.
Okay, so I will write email about this.
Yeah.
And then we will celebrate.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know, let's rock the Dharma boat.
Yeah. Yeah, because we will be doing some celebration at Chenrezig.
Yes.
It will be like for here, it will be film screening and then some panel discussion with Sangha about the power of prayers. So I think it will be also good promotion for prayerathon for those people who don't know, you know, about this. So we are starting on Friday.
Wow.
So it will be 3 days of celebration. Then we could do something special during this day. And then on Sunday, it will be lunch for Sangha and multimedia volunteers.
Okay.
And
obviously you're gonna show us on video all the wonderful foods. We sit here like we're in the wrong part of the world now.
Yeah. So we will celebrate 3 days.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah. I'm sure I think Venerable Tenda is arranging something to make sure that there's my contribution to that. So sort it out. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it because it's 3-day parties at Chenrezig. You know, the Aussies like to party. You know,
Yeah,
a
Polish people too.
veggie barbecue.
Yes, it will be.
Oh, bless. All right. No, we sort it out. Just copy me in, and then we see what we can do, how we can promote it, and if there's something I can help with, just let me know.
Okay, thank you. So I will write email. Okay, maybe tomorrow.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
So I will.
Yeah, I better then make a start. We've got 23 minutes left. Thank you very much, everyone. If you're waiting for Venerable Choying, thank you very much, Margot. Yeah, Venerable is usually very, very reliable. So it's I guess something has happened that maybe the connection isn't quite working where she is. And so that's fine. These things happen. They're there to challenge us. We could get angry about it, but what does that change? And it's we help each other. That's what we do. And thank you very much for your understanding. So we've got about 20 minutes. Okay, we do a shortened version of what I just did. That's perfectly all right. So if we take a moment just to refocus the mind and take a few deep breaths and reset our motivation, he says. Just get back to the beginning. And if we just do the 4 immeasurables. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in the great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. Okay. If we visualize. Oh, there you are. We were worried.
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
No, that's perfectly all right. No, you know what? I was just saying, it's very unusual for you not to be there. So I thought there might have been a technical issue.
No, it was actually just me completely losing track of time. So it was totally my bad.
She's just saying that to make me feel better.
No. Don't give me more credit than I deserve.
No. Listen, it happened to me. And as you know, I do the schedule. And I just, and I looked, I said, crikey, I got 2 minutes to get in front of it. Hello.
I'm on Tibetan time today.
Oh, that's what a few minutes in so many lifetimes. Lovely to see you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Shall I step in so that you can
please
go back to what you were doing? Yes. I know you're very busy, so.
No, today I have an easy day.
Oh,
thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes. So we just had a lovely start with Venerable Damcho, who used the 4 immeasurables as a motivation, thinking about wanting to benefit all sentient beings. And so we can continue from there as we do this practice to fulfill the wishes of our precious Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and also with our thoughts to His Holiness, because his birthday is this week, and so wishing for the long lives of our precious gurus, knowing that by following their advice, that we're creating those conditions for their long life, and also so that we can continue to receive teachings and have these blessings. So holding that in mind, as well as this idea of wanting to become enlightened in order to benefit all sentient beings, we can
do the motivation in the prayer liberating the Shakya from disease. And we can say that in refuge 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so visualize precious Buddha Chenrezig, who sends out blissful light rays that enter the crowns of all sentient beings' heads, purifying them of all of the causes, especially of COVID, but of any type of suffering of body and mind. And if it's difficult to imagine all the hell beings and the animal beings and the God realms and all these different realms, or it just doesn't make sense to you, you can just visualize all sentient beings in the form of humans to make the visualization very easy, and especially wishing that they all have a precious human rebirth and then are being purified of all causes of suffering. As we say Chenrezig's mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Hum, Om Mani Padme 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 Hum, Padme Hum. Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. And holding the visualization as best you can of Chenrezig purifying all sentient beings of all their sufferings of body and mind, we say the actual prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of my infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever diseases there are from life-threatening diseases, whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, especially COVID, this time when so many people are still struggling, still unable to breathe, still dying. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so let's imagine that all sentient beings are now completely purified of all sufferings of body and mind. The light from Chenrezig has completely filled every sentient being's body. And all sufferings of body and mind are now completely eliminated. How amazing that would be. And Chenrezig is so happy that you have done this practice, that you've had this bodhicitta wish that all sentient beings be free from suffering and have all happiness for all time, the state of enlightenment. He comes to the crown of your head, dissolves into white light, and enters through the crown of your head, merging with you so that your body, speech, and mind, the Guru's body, speech, and mind, and Chenrezig's body, speech, and mind are all in union oneness. Abiding in emptiness, seeing that all phenomena are free of inherent existence. Total hallucination. Things exist, but so subtly it's almost as if they don't exist. And with that emptiness in mind, we dedicate, especially to attain enlightenment, to be of benefit to all sentient beings. And to do that, we must actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And to fully realize emptiness. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And especially for the sick with COVID and any other disease. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. To meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. And by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And we hold in our hearts that we may meet Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings in all our lifetimes. As we seal the merits with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we dedicate for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, as we keep in mind celebrating his birthday this week with auspicious actions and practices. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of our most precious, long life of our most precious Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, to masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So a big thank you to Venerable Damcho and the Chenrezig Institute team. They're so amazing how they cover any little glitches that come up and put so much effort into making this happen. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And hello to Venerable Lozan, my friend who is back this week.
Yeah, thank you very much. What about you?
Yes, I'm doing fine, thank you.
Yeah, you're still in the nunnery.
Yes.
Mm. And everybody is okay? No more cases, or you?
For now, everything is just fine, yeah. And yeah, so we're very pleased that everyone is well, and hope that everyone stays that way. And how was your all-night Shara night?
Oh, it was great. I really loved this practice. And so then I was, so I came back home, right after. I took the train. No, first I went with somebody who was there by car. I went to her home because I said, I'm not going to let you go alone, because I was afraid it's like highway. And it's like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, and there's no cars. And I say, I don't want you to fall asleep. This is the dangerous thing when people come to the center to do Tara night, that they're not sleeping there afterwards, because it's really dangerous when they drive home alone. So I drove home with her. Then I was far too early at the train station to go back home. But then I bought some, some sandwich, and then I started feeding the birds. It's amazing in the train station, like the birds come right next to you, because I think so many people kind of eat, the little sparrows, and they take it from your hand. And I started doing my practices. Then I went home. Then I listened to the Geshe Tenzin Zopa. Then I slept 1 hour, and then we had this goodbye party for me, because I'm leaving on the 14th of July.
Where are you going?
Well, if I can, I'm going to Israel if the country opens.
Oh.
But it's not open yet. And if it's not opening, then I'd probably go to the French part of Switzerland. I don't know. But I'm leaving the center here because I've been here 14 years and I've been looking after the center. So it's not because I don't like it, but I feel that they're far too depending on me. So you see, then now, right at the moment, we have 2 people that are maybe able to continue keeping it up, the program and everything. Whereas before, I thought, oh, if I go, then difficult. But now I think we have 2. And so this is why I'm leaving, so that they learn to do this on their own. Because if I stay here, they said, oh, you can do less and stay here. So it's not going to work like this. Because if I stay here, then, I can see it now instead of doing things that, oh, I don't have time. Can you please do it? I said, yeah, because I do have the time. So, so what I did with a lot of joy, and I really like doing, of course, we had glitches sometimes, but it was in general, it was a really good time. So I'm going with a very good feeling. So
fantastic.
Also, to have a bit more time, maybe for retreat or or to listen to teachings, because now with the Zoom, there's hardly one day that I don't have anything to do.
Yeah.
That I need doing. So this is, just so, and I'm 72, so it's okay. So that's fine.
And I rejoice in your 14 years of service, so that I get at least like half the merit, right?
Well,
from all that effort.
Yeah, I can kind of add to that. Before here, I was 17 years at Tushita, so
wow.
So it's more than 30 years. So I think it's good.
All right, I'm rejoicing fully. Yeah,
so it's
amazing.
30 years of service, and I'm still enlightened. So I better get going before I die. Oh, but I'll be connected to the center, which is in the French part in Switzerland, where we did the Tara night. So,
okay, good.
But I won't have the same role to really look after the center. So, which I didn't have officially here either, but it just developed like this. So, as it does sometimes.
Sure.
Good. Okay, so maybe see you next week.
All right, I hope so.
And have a good week.
Thank you. You too.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so as you just heard, my name is Losang, and I'm at the center here in Bern, Switzerland. And for this practice, what I usually do, we take refuge by really thinking what it means to take refuge and to generate bodhicitta, because very important. And then we recite the prayer of the Chenrezig by Thangtong Gyalpo, which was beautifully translated by Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, because I find it very inspiring, because it's all these situations that we run in daily life that we need help, that we can remind ourselves not to act when the mind is in such a state. So we recite that prayer. Then if you do have initiation, then you can have Chenrezig absorb into you, and you can generate yourself as Chenrezig. And then when we recite the mantra, the light comes from your body to touch each and every sentient being, and especially each and every sentient being that is affected by the COVID, or the beings that have died. I mean, so many people have died, so many people have died, and so many people keep suffering, and so many people keep being afraid, and so many people keep getting infected, because I think it's far from finished, this whole thing. So it's good that we continue, and that we think, if we have not been affected badly, I mean, I had the COVID, I'm a bit short breath, maybe that's a long-term effect, but I also put on 5 kilos during this time, so maybe that is a combination of both, I don't know, but it's nothing bad. I don't need to run marathons anymore, so that's fine. But there's so many people who keep suffering. So if you're not so affected by it, and especially if you have a spiritual practice, I think you can see that how much that helps, and how we do have a refuge when things get tough and when things get difficult. So I think we're doing it for all the others who have been affected. But then again, it's really good to think, if the COVID disappears from this earth, but still, we had problems before. We had something that is really perverse almost. We had wars before, and we still keep having wars. And where does it start? The war is like having a conflict, having arguments with others, not being able to let go. And then if somebody like this comes and has power and starts a war, well, this is how, again, all comes back to the self-cherishing mind. So we need to really understand, as long as we keep holding on to this view that there is a self-existent, autonomous, inherently from its own side existing self, then, we might have a good samsara, but it is still samsara. Okay, so I'll do the screen sharing. So we take refuge, and you can already visualize Chenrezig in the space in front of you, either 4-armed or 1,000-armed, and to unify Chenrezig with your guru. Again, when we become aware that the spiritual practice really works, then sometimes we forget there is other living beings behind this practice who have given us these methods. So all the way down to Shakyamuni Buddha. Sometimes, especially now that we take the Dharma and compare it with science or psychology and things like that, which is a very good thing to do. I'm not saying it's not good. But then we kind of forget that all these methods that now the scientists and the psychologists, they give us, that it all comes down to Shakyamuni Buddha, who gave us these methods, and especially who gave us the explanation why we suffer 2,600 years ago. And especially he gave the explanation, you can free yourself from all suffering and the causes of suffering. For the moment, the scientists and the psychologists, they give us the method side, which is very good, but the wisdom side, maybe the scientists with quantum physics, but otherwise, and they don't, they go for the physical world, that nothing exists out there, but then for self, not yet, really. This would be the job of the psychologists. Sometimes they are getting there, but when they know about Buddhism. So we take refuge in the Buddha, which is in this case Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, but also in our Guru. And we see that without the Buddha, there is no Guru. Without the Guru, there is no Buddha for us. And why we are taking refuge? Because we're trusting these methods, because we have been trying them out. We see that they work. So we have a determination to go all the way until we're fully awakened. And why? Because we want to benefit those sentient beings who have been, well, when we say who have been kind to us, then you, of course, you know, if you're not used to that, you can say, oh, but I'm paying for these services. But we're not just paying for the service. If they don't do these very unpleasant jobs, then we cannot enjoy the life that we enjoy. At the moment here in the house, they are changing the heating system from petrol, I think you say like this in English, from oil to gas. So can you imagine like taking out this oil tank? I mean, the smell. So even just living in the house is very unpleasant. But then I was thinking, these guys, they're doing that to earn a living, and they're doing that for the rest of their lives, to work in this darkness and to work in this smell and in this noise. And it's like hell, almost. And they're in a good mood and they're doing it. So we can think of all these people who do the pleasant jobs, the unpleasant jobs, but especially so that we can have the life that we are having. So you visualize space in front of you, you visualize Chenrezig, but then you also visualize your Guru. Because when we think about the Guru, when we visualize the Guru, then our heart opens as it should open when we think about the Buddhas. So I'm talking about me, right? So I have a totally different reaction if I look at the picture of my Guru or if I look at the picture of the Buddha. So this is why I need to unify these two, but because also the Guru sometimes it's too close and I see him as a human being only, and the Buddha is too far away. It's too ephemeral, I think you say. If I use the wrong words, please forgive me. It's okay, it's not English is not my native language. Okay, so they are in space in front of us with all others, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and they're always here. You know, we're never alone. And if you say, oh, well, the Buddhas, I don't know if they're always here, but the sentient beings are always here. So all you need to do to become aware of that is like you visualize that there's no houses, no walls, no mountains, no forests, nothing that would obstruct our view, and you make the earth flat. Or you assemble everybody that exists here, you know, in this place where you are, and then you see numberless sentient beings just on this planet. Then what about the sentient beings who are in different realms, like the hell realms, the hungry ghosts, animals we can see, but even animals we can't see all of them. Animals in the earth, on the earth, in the air, in the water. We wouldn't be able to count them. Nobody would be able to count them. And then there's the demigods and god realms, and there's all the beings in the bardo, all the beings in the form and formless realm. So we make the mind very spacious, very big. And we don't choose, and we think with all of these beings, because I exist since beginningless time, and I've had millions and trillions of rebirths. So I've had contact with all these beings, and each and every one of these beings has been a kind mother to me. So if you have problems with your mom in this life, but in another life, she was a kind mother. Like mothers in general are very kind, and so are fathers, and so are sisters and brothers. And we can see, you know, slowly falling apart, maybe also a bit, but we can see how important family is, because these are the people you can rely on. So they're all there, surrounded by numberless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, in the middle Chenrezig, which is our Guru, and all these other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are a manifestation of the Guru's mind. Then with a totally open heart, trusting our potential, that we can live these values that we have. We have values of compassion, loving kindness, wisdom, justice, patience, being there for others. We have these values, but we can't live them because we have wrong views. So we take refuge in order to be able to live these values spontaneously, uninterruptedly, and effortlessly, like all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. For what? So that we can liberate all mother sentient beings who are always there around us. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Then we have Chenrezig still in the space in front of us, and then we recite this wonderful prayer that reminds us to take refuge in these moments where there's danger of creating more negative karma. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, if you keep compassion Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers. So it's not outside dangers mainly, but it's the inside dangers that we keep creating more negative karma. So first request Chenrezig for the following things to happen to you, of course, because we want to attain enlightenment, but then also we think that you cause them to happen to all other sentient beings. The same way as these methods that we have from the Guru are protecting us, then when we have become fully enlightened, they will protect others. So this is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and the good heart to cherish others. Namo Guru Lokeshwaraya. Please look at me with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please be my guide and save me, perfect pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya Compassionate Eye-looking one, please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be my illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have a blazing fire of anger towards my enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have violent waves of attachment towards my friends, please help me realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusion, please be my king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show me your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am traveling the unknown, dangerous path of the intermediate state, please be my close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with a tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have taken the body of an unknown baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When I visualize you on my heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be my mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When I experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be my dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments I wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When I make requests with the continual sound of the 6 syllables, please always look at me with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. So we feel the protection of Chenrezig, who now, if you have initiation, comes to the crown of your head, dissolves into light, the light dissolves into you, and you, because if you do these practices, you know that you do some kind of instantaneous dissolution, knowing that whatever we see, whatever we feel, whatever we think is real, does not exist the way that it appears. You dissolve yourself into the clear light, and then out of compassion, out of that clear light, here rises Chenrezig. At your heart, mundis, on top of it, silver Shri, around it, the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, and now radiate out, light rays radiate out in all the 10 directions, touching each and every sentient being, and it immediately transforms them into Arya Chenrezig with a light body as well. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So then, with the confidence of being Thangtong Gyalpo, we recite this prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Then we do the dedications. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May the arisen not decline, but increase more and more. It's really important to dedicate. So we think that all the energy that we gather, not just us, but all these beings who kind of participate in this prayerathon, you know, we offer it up and we share it with all other sentient beings. May it, when I become a Buddha, may be of benefit to them, only to them. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Buddha, lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Then the long lives, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparable kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. He will be on Tuesday, he will be 86 years old. So also on Tuesday, please, you know, make these long life prayer, try to dedicate whatever you do, which is virtuous, for his much longer life, so that he can continue to inspire us and all other beings for a very, very, very long time. Then, of course, for our masters, especially Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, that he also, you know, may he able to guide us, make sure that these centers are thriving, the projects are helping so many other beings, and for his long and stable life as well. 诸此善心常人也为天经教白为君子多波切 Chosun korvele mun tuju Pada so tuche Guntu shabden cho. You told the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, pandemics, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everybody's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, thank you very much. Hello, Tashi Chodup.
Hey, madam, it's not me. Hi.
Sorry?
I just joined in to participate, not to lead this session.
Oh, I see. Well, anyway, hello, Tashi Chodup, anyway. So, how are you? Are you in India?
Yes, Venerable, I'm in India.
Oh, okay. So, there is, oh, I see. So, where are you in India?
I'm in South India, Hyderabad.
Oh, okay. Wow, and are you connected to a group, or are you totally on your own?
Right now, I'm at my parents' place, but I used to be at Root Institute in Bodh Gaya before the pandemic.
Ale. So I must have missed you because I haven't been there for a long time. So, oh wow, how wonderful! How wonderful to meet you.
Nice meeting you too, Venerable.
So I don't know what we're going to do. Hello, Chenrezig Institute. You know that somebody is kind of coming, or shall I just continue? Because I can also just continue. I can just do one more time, you know, it's no problem.
Yeah, so maybe because today it seems that people are a little bit late. So maybe if you could continue and see if someone will join, then maybe give this person place. Okay, thank you.
So you can just continue. Venerable Tashi Chodok, you can keep your camera on. You are very pleasant to look at. Okay, so then we'll just start again. I go all the way back here. And we start by taking refuge. Again, by just really thinking what it means to take refuge and to feel joy that we can take refuge, to feel grateful, to feel that we are protected through these methods that come all the way down to the Buddha. So it's good to think about the Buddha sometimes. But then it's also necessary to think about the Guru, because without a living person, I'm talking about me here, right? But without a living person who was able to inspire my very thick mind, my very kind of self-cherishing mind, just running after pleasure, which I had, because I had incredible conditions to have a really good life, which I still have. So I shouldn't say it's had. Yeah, my life has changed drastically since 30 years. But it's like I needed somebody, living being, human being, to inspire me to change direction, which was Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So in my first Kopang course, I just totally understood how I'm wasting my life and my time. And for that, I'm ever grateful. So it's good to think often about your guru during the day, like right now, and then you unify your guru with the Buddha, that they're not separate. Although the guru appears for us in human form, but in actuality, it's the Buddha. And in this case, because we're going to do Chenrezig practice, so in this case, we visualize Chenrezig either with 1,000 arms or with 4 arms, and you try to feel the presence. Somebody who is really interested in you, somebody who really wants you to be happy, somebody who is not the slightest bit content when you have some suffering, or especially when you are guided by your delusion. We should say I or me, you know. Somebody who wants me to be happy. Isn't that wonderful? Not one split second the thought, oh, wow, she deserves to suffer. This is the Guru, this is the Buddha. Isn't that amazing? Our parents have this also for us, this attitude. They also don't want us to suffer, but they don't have the skills to guide us, how to free ourselves from suffering and the causes of suffering. And when we think that through these methods, we will be able to live our values of love, compassion, wisdom, you know, being concerned for others, not burning out, knowing how to help others. I mean, how can we not be joyful when we take refuge? But then also, how can we not be joyful and grateful when we think about all sentient beings who right now, they are doing their jobs so that we can have the life that we live. And not just in this life, not just this moment, but since we were born and then since beginningless lifetimes. So you visualize all sentient beings around you and you think, I'm doing this practice for you. Of course, now, especially we're doing for the pandemic, but we have to go further. Pandemic is just short term. It's a good thing to do this for the pandemic. But even the pandemic is finished, there's still samsara. There will still be wars. There will still be conflicts. There will still be wrong views, attachment, and aversion, who creates more negative karma. So that's why we need to go all the way out of samsara. And for that, it's good to have a really determined mind, never to give up, as His Holiness says. To keep going, to have a very clear goal. That's what I want. A mind who spontaneously uninterruptedly and effortlessly, thinks about the welfare of all other beings, and has the skills to guide them to that state. So that's the thoughts when we take refuge. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, especially that one also. To know, to be convinced that we have this potential to be fully awakened and to really want to awaken it. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Then if you have initiation, then you can manifest yourself as Chenrezig. If you don't have initiation, then you leave Chenrezig in the space in front of you. But I assume that everybody who does these prayers does have initiation. So Chenrezig, out of compassion, because he wants to wake up our Buddha potential, to nurture it. It comes to the crown of our head, melts into light, and then for us, just a brief thought about whatever I see, hear, touch, smell, think, does not exist the way that it appears. If I look for any objective existence, I cannot find anything. So that light of Chenrezig, which is his compassion, his wisdom, dissolves into us, flows into our heart chakra, and then you can do some kind of instantaneous dissolution by thinking that you dissolve your 5 contaminated aggregates into this clear light. That is our nature, that we can never lose. And by visualizing like this is why we need initiation. This is why we need these practices. So it gets woken up. We take the outer Buddha to wake it up. So we go into the clear light. Then out of compassion, out of that clear light, we arise as Chenrezig. In our heart, moon disk, on top of it, silver Hri. Around it, the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. And from there, light rays are going out, first filling our own body, and then streaming out from our body like the sun in all directions, so that whomever it touches, each and every sentient being, they immediately transform into Chenrezig. If you don't have initiation and Chenrezig is in the space in front of you, you visualize that the light is coming from his heart and then from his body. So it's not just coming from the heart and going as one stream. It really goes out in all directions. No mani padme hum, Om 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 mani padme hum. And we continue to recite it silently, not forgetting the visualization, very important. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani. As we recite the mantra, we can especially visualize that, from the light rays are bringing everything that is needed in order to help people who are sick, in order to help the people who are in the medical system, like doctors, nurses in the labs, the families who suffer, and especially the people who have died, to lead them to a rebirth, either precious human rebirth, where they meet with perfect Mahayana teachers, or a rebirth in a pure land where they can continue to practice until full awakening. Or also, like, people are depressed, people who get violent because they're afraid or depressed, so that it alleviates all these sufferings. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Then, with the confidence of being this amazing Bodhisattva Thangtong Gyalpo, we recite this prayer. Really, again, having, the joy, the confidence, the joy that we can do something, that we're not totally powerless, and to do this with a really good heart. And to have no doubt that it really does make a difference. This maybe is a bit too small, isn't it? Okay. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. By whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temperate conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temperate conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Then we do maybe one more time, and then we do an extensive dedication. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Oh, I see we still have 10 minutes, so we can do maybe 2 or 3 more times even. Great. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. One more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with the long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Then, before we do the dedications, it's really important that we think like this. If we sit down and with a good heart, with generating bodhicitta, thinking about emptiness, we totally fulfill the Buddha's wishes, the Guru's wishes, His Holiness the Dalai Lama's wishes, and that makes them very happy. So I think sometimes, especially Westerners, I don't know how it is with Asian people, Tashi, Jojub, our practice becomes not joyful. And it's the same way, when you appreciate somebody really, really a lot, and you know that you're making that person happy, and your happiness increases about what you're doing is a good thing. It's not about ego. It's not about, oh, wow, look at me, I'm so great. No, it's about knowing, it has nothing to do with me, but just thinking about the Guru, thinking about the Buddha, thinking about all the Buddhas, all the Gurus. Knowing that by sitting down and doing this with a good heart, we're making them happy, actually it increases our joy to do this practice. And we forget sometimes. I don't know how it is with Indian people. Do you also forget?
I think in the current modern world, Venerable, I think there's not much of a difference between Indians and Westerners in that, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's really good to think about this. What I'm doing is a good thing because not only it will lead me to enlightenment, but it also makes the Gurus happy. So like this. Okay, so then we do the dedications. If I can find them somewhere. Yeah. Okay. So may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And then really thinking about emptiness, to see that whatever we see, just like an illusion, we're totally wrong. But also not to fall into nihilism, to think that things do exist, but not the way that they appear. That's the key for this whole thing. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. Then, especially for all the sick people, not just with COVID. I mean, around me, I tell you, so many people have cancer. I mean, here in Switzerland, the COVID is more or less under control. And I hope it will get also under control in places like India, Nepal, and Africa, and other countries who are not so fortunate that their governments buy these amazing amounts of vaccines that could, you know, vaccinate the population. I mean, 10 times, it's crazy. And slowly, slowly, they start to share, which is a good thing also. Think about all the sick people. And we send them all the positive energy that we have generated by doing this practice. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again, especially the sickness of the mind, of wrong view, attachment, and aversion. This one, very important. If you can think this at the time of death, then the mind goes in the right direction to find the Dharma again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Ajadara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as a direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drapa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings, and they like, and as they like, and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. Again, we can do maybe just 2 or 3 breaths of Tonglen with this, you know, the heart totally open, absolutely no fear. The other one more important than me. And as we sink, you know, as we breathe in, may all the negative karma ripen upon me, not to keep it, but to transform their negative karma. And our bodhicitta, our wisdom mind, acts like a filter for all these negativities. And as we breathe out well-being, support, relief, and everything that beings need and want in order to attain enlightenment. And may all my virtue ripen upon them. Then, as long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified. And may there be happiness forever, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, And just like Samantha Bhattacharya as well, I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Now we need to speed on a bit. So the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who will be 86 on Tuesday. Again, we think of him, how much he inspires us, how much he makes us happy and open-hearted and wanting to be like him. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then last one, you who uphold for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subtour's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Mashanat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, so, what shall we do now? Do you want to take over?
The next member did join in. I think they lost the connection, I think. I'll just check with them. I know them. I'll give them a call.
Okay.
It's Venerable Palran. I mean, next is her slot. I'll just give a call to them.
Because I need to go, I think.
Venerable is in Dharamsala, Tushita. I think there's some internet problem. She's trying to connect it to the office. So probably another couple of minutes she'll be here.
Okay, so do you want to do something? Tashi Chadup with whoever is listening. I don't know if anybody is here actually. You know, if it's just the 3 of us, then it's okay. But if somebody is on YouTube, I'm not sure.
I'm checking the YouTube if there is anyone.
Yes, there are some people on YouTube.
Yeah, there are a couple of people watching, yes.
Okay.
Probably that couple of would be just...
Listen, so for the people on YouTube, you know, it's also very good to do silent meditation and just to wait. It's like, you know, this is, it's okay. So I think she has like connection problems, isn't it? Because she's in India and yes, I need to go. I can't do another half hour. So
yes, okay. I'm asking now Venerable Carlson, maybe he will have time.
Well, he doesn't have time either because this is where I need to go also, because they have a teaching in Israel by Geshe.
Right. So he will be also joining. Okay.
So I will also join there. So that's why.
Because you did his slot. You did, yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, he replied that he will have time until 4:30.
I don't know. I don't know your time, but I think it starts in 25 minutes or something.
Yes, 25 minutes. So he can do this slot.
Well, or maybe Tashi Chodu, would you like to do something? Do you have the text?
I do have text, Venerable. I do have the text. I'll just give it a couple of minutes and see if Venerable Palran is joining because it's a slot. If not, then I can take over. Not a problem.
Yeah, exactly. I think it would be very nice. You're such, really, I mean, your face is so radiant and you're so, wow.
You're very kind, Venerable.
You have this inner beauty somehow. So I tell you, you will, if anybody is on YouTube, they will absolutely delighted to do this with you.
No, if Venerable Palran is not joining, I'll take over, Venerable. You can go ahead.
So thank you very much. So you keep them there a little bit, the YouTube people. And as I said, also very good to do silent meditation.
Sure,
Absolutely no problem. So thank you. It's very nice meeting you.
Very nice meeting you too, Venerable. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay. We'll just wait for a couple of minutes for Venerable Pardon to join in, and as she is trying to reconnect her internet, let's all rejoice in the last couple of sessions led by Venerable Losangla, and also sit and, as Venerable suggested, meditate for a couple of minutes in silence, and probably also an opportunity to practice a little bit of patience with all the technological hiccups we all keep getting. Trying to keep up with 24 hours of prayerathon is not, I'm sure, not an easy thing. And I think it's next week, I heard it's the 50th one, and that's not a small feat, I think, in these difficult times. So we can all take a moment and think that, for making it this far and continuing to do it, rejoice in it, and also, have gratitude for all the people who have so far led the sessions, took time, and, continuously making these prayers for everyone's well-being. I think we have, okay, we have Venerable Karmala with us. Venerable, are you taking over?
I can. I think I completely blew it. I was supposed to do a 2:30 session, 2:30 Australian time. Totally forgot about it.
You can take over because the other person is having some problems who is supposed to join now. You can do this slot, I think.
All right. So I'm just going to probably take the jumper off just to be
sure.
Presentable. And
sure,
then,
wonderful.
So are you in, where are you? Are you in?
I'm in India, Venerable, right now.
India. All right.
Yeah.
So I'll just open probably, first of all, take my jumper off.
Sure.
And get into the character. Have you been?
I'm doing well, Venerable. How are you?
So are you based at Dharamsala, Damsa?
I used to be in Bodh Gaya Root Institute before the pandemic started. And after the pandemic began, I came to stay with my parents to be with them. Yeah, right now I'm with my parents.
So where's that?
That's Hyderabad, South India. I'm not sure if you heard about it.
Yeah. Actually, we have a resident, really nice person, Madhu, and he's from Hyderabad.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah. All right. So first of all, I got my Zen sorted. Now I just have to open
text.
Yeah, the text. And if you need to go, by the way, it's all right.
Oh, it's okay, Venerable. I'll stick around for some time.
Okay. So I'm just going to Google the text, Thangtong Gyalpo.
You're on mute.
Am I?
No,
I am.
Yeah.
So you can find text also under the description of our YouTube video.
Yeah, I know that, but I've been using the one from the FPMT side. Kind of it fits well. The one that we have on our website, I think that it's A5. Anyway, the one that on the Nama archive is much easier to use. So I'm opening it now.
This is the A5 one, I think. I put the link in.
Yeah. Well, on the Lama Yeshe archive, they have Lama Yeshe website. They have just a normal web page without, so I don't have to kind of. Anyway, I have it on my screen. Let's rock and roll. So, all right. Feels like I'm doing penance.
I guess we all are.
Yeah. Oh my God. All right. So just going to spend just a minute recollecting my thoughts, collecting my thoughts actually. And normally I start every session with a centering or grounding my breath, doing my breath and my mind doing a round of 21 breaths. So observing just the breathing process, breathing out, transitioning to breathing in, and then once again breathing out. So let's do that for 21 times and then correct our motivation. And then in correcting our motivation, we can acknowledge that whatever we do, from the time that we wake up early morning, all the way to going down to sleep, is all directed, directly or indirectly, at being happy, being well, feeling pleasure, being safe, getting a bit of satisfaction, avoiding problems, difficulties, physical pain, danger. Likewise, everyone around us is exactly the same. We think that there's something unique about us. After all, the only thing that we know personally is our own mind. And yet, everybody else works exactly in the same way, wanting to be happy and to avoid suffering and problems, just like me. And in thinking that all of us have the potential of accomplishing that, for the nature of the mind is emptiness. Ignorance is not the nature of our mind. Anger, attachment, jealousy, pride are not ingrained within the nature of our mind. So if we find all the conducive cause and conditions for mental development, we can completely eliminate all of our afflictive states, afflictive obscurations, cognitive obscurations, to harness the potential of our mind to its fullest potential, unlimited love and compassion, ability, knowledge. So then in order to do that, we first off go for refuge. In thinking that we are surrounded by all sentient beings that have been our dear parents, friends, brothers and sisters, helpers, since down without beginning and up until now. In thinking that I am going to go for refuge, not only for my sake, but for the sake of all of those who have been so dear to me since down without beginning and up until now. So in thinking that we are surrounded by all of them, and in front of us is Arya Avalokiteshvara, Chenrezig. That is the same nature with our spiritual teachers, His Honesty Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all the other teachers that we rely upon. And Arya Avalokiteshvara is surrounded by Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, all our gurus, the direct and indirect gurus, the Kinis, Dharma protectors. And Arya Avalokiteshvara is sending forth rays of light in the nature of wisdom and compassion. And as we go for refuge to the gurus, to the Buddha, or to the Buddhas, the Dhamma, to the Mahayana true paths and true cessations, and to the Sangha, the community of Arya Bodhisattvas, for the sake of ourselves and all other living beings, we're going to think that as we go for refuge, rays of light in the nature of wisdom and compassion are radiating out, blessing all living beings without exception. So with that in mind, we think all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams and daikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams and daikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams and daikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So in continuing to think of rays of light in the nature of wisdom and compassion, touching upon all living beings, ourselves and others, freeing us from anger, attachment, and the foundation of all of them, from ignorance, from visible states of existence, from all the sufferings that stem from anger, attachment, and ignorance, and setting us in favorable conditions, encountering the Dhamma and spiritual teachers. Everything that is conducive for developing a mind to its utmost extent. We're going to recite the mantra of Mani Padme Hum.
Thank you, Sadhula, for stepping in.
All right.
Were you before me? Were you before me?
Well, actually, I completely blew it up, I have to say. I was supposed to be at 2:30, and I totally forgot about it. So I joined at 3 o'clock, and I've just started. So
very good. Then
you're welcome.
You took my session, because anyway, there's only 10 minutes left, so you could go ahead and finish it.
Yeah, no worries. All right.
Yeah, I had electricity problems just at the moment when you want to start. It goes.
I guess it turned out in a perfect situation, because I completely blew it, forgot my session. So now I'm doing kind of I guess that I'm paying back. There's no impunity for people that miss out on sessions. So
where's let me just check with Chenrezig Institute. Is there somebody coming up after this Chenrezig Institute?
I don't know, but I see that someone called Irene Felciani has just logged in. So maybe she's picking up after me or after you. I don't know.
So go ahead. It's good to see you.
Right.
Everything is well with you?
Yeah, everything is perfect. And lovely to see your face, Aldruna.
Sorry, circumstances like this, but you go.
No. It worked out perfectly. Don't worry about it. Worked out perfectly. Now I don't feel bad about missing out on my session. I can go to sleep with a clear conscience. Everything is all right.
Okay, great. I'll leave you then. Thank you.
All right. Take it easy. Bye-bye. All right. So I'm just going to do a few recitations of Om Mani Padme Hum. At least make sure that I do a few rounds of the actual prayer and pass it on to the next person in line. So again, just think of Arya Avalokiteshvara in the space in front of us, sending out rays of compassion and wisdom as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 May all the diseases that stand in the minds of sentient beings have result from common temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the very sons of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 306 evil spirits that harm soundly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that stand in the minds of sentient beings have result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the very sons for whose names terrified beings, as though they had been placed inside of the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm soundly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sons of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 306 evil spirits that harm soundly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the power of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that stand in the minds of sentient beings have result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by chronic, economic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sons of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm Sunday, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings have resolved from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, innocents, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sons of whose names terrify beings as though they have been places under the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm Sunday, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the power of the Gurus, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings are resolved from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, innocents, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sons of whose names terrify beings as though they have been places under the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm Sunday, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So I'll do this prayer once more, and then I'll do a short dedication. So for the final round of the actual prayer, again, we can think that all the diseases, all unfortunate circumstances, all hindrances, problems, obstacles, and so forth, all of them are adventitious. They arise due to cause and conditions, and therefore they're not inherent, they're not objective. Therefore, they can be removed. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings are resolved from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the grass spirits, innocents, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sons of whose names terrify beings as though they have been places under the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm Sunday, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Dewa di tamche sikani tobne nyebe dana pancheni Kyegan nachi bala chupai sibe tsole drowa sho Kina dewa tsoksungo pende namka kyaba sho Dunga dagi hikur korwa dunga gigyam tsotowa sho. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hello, Venerable. How are you?
Okay, and you?
Pretty good, pretty sound.
Okay, okay. So it's me or you to guide now?
I think it's totally you.
Okay.
It's not me, it's definitely you.
Okay, okay. So thank
All
you.
right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
bye.
Bye bye.
Oh, buongiorno a tutti, eccoci qua. Buongiorno Irene, buongiorno Livio. Cominciamo subito con prendere posizione o mantenerla se già eravate in meditazione prima e semplicemente rinfreschiamo la nostra presenza mentale riguardo al corpo e alla mente e quindi ci prendiamo qualche minuto proprio per fare questo, quindi invito alla consapevolezza sia per il corpo che per la mente al nostro interno, qui e adesso. Con la mente rilassata e un corpo rilassato cerchiamo di rinfrescare la nostra motivazione e di renderla forte e potente. Ovviamente una motivazione altruistica che vuole ottenere uno stato superiore, non solo per il proprio beneficio, ma in particolare per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri che sono stati nostra madre e che grazie alla loro sofferenza possiamo sviluppare la grande compassione e il desiderio di liberarli e grazie alla loro gentilezza che possiamo ottenere tutto ciò che desideriamo lavorando nel modo più proficuo in accordo alla legge di causa e effetto. Quindi cerchiamo di far sorgere questa motivazione, questa alta motivazione, utilizzando tutte le nostre ragioni e la nostra esperienza al riguardo. Ci diamo qualche minuto per questo. una volta ricostruita e fissata la nostra motivazione, ora abbiamo bisogno di prendere rifugio, perché abbiamo bisogno degli esseri che sono andati al di là del samsara, per la ragione di poter essere di beneficio a tutti gli esseri, e quindi ottenuto lo stato di Buddha. Quindi abbiamo bisogno di affidarsi al metodo che ci viene insegnato, che ci viene mostrato, e quindi dobbiamo prendere rifugio. Attorno a noi tutti gli esseri, alla nostra destra il nostro padre e tutte le figure maschili, alla nostra sinistra la nostra madre, le figure femminili, davanti a noi i nostri nemici, dietro tutti gli amici, e attorno tutti gli esseri in forma umana. Di fronte a noi la rappresentazione del Buddha della compassione, Buddha Chenrezig, che è presente. L'unico ostacolo per poterlo percepire sono i nostri difetti mentali, le nostre oscurazioni, ma avendo la mente onnisciente è davanti a noi in ogni momento, e quindi lo raffiguriamo prendendo come esempio la figura che abbiamo sullo schermo di Buddha Chenrezig, appunto un volto, 4 braccia, le gambe incrociate su un trono gioiellato, e ci guarda sorridente, pieno di amore e compassione. E quindi prendiamo rifugio nell'ottenimento della mente suprema, appunto di Buddha Chenrezig, e nella sua grande compassione. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per poter essere di beneficio nei confronti di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per essere di beneficio nei confronti di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Nell'aver preso rifugio, raggi di luce in tutte le direzioni si emanano dal cuore di Buddha Chenrezig, che prevadono l'intero spazio e va a soddisfare tutti gli esseri, noi compresi, rispetto alle loro aspettative. E ora recitiamo il mantra di Chenrezig, e mentre lo recitiamo, appunto, immaginiamo un processo di purificazione, sia nostro che da parte di tutti gli esseri, nel ricevere i raggi di luce che si emanano dal suo cuore a seguito della nostra recitazione. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme, Om mani padme, Om mani padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Ok, ora che abbiamo recitato, allora facciamo la preghiera che libera dalle malattie, e quindi iniziamo a recitarla. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che portano a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privino il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora facciamo l'assorbimento di Buddha Chenrezig di fronte a noi, e quindi si riduce di dimensione, si colloca sulla sommità del nostro capo, si gira nella nostra stessa direzione e lentamente si assorbe attraverso il canale centrale fino a raggiungere il nostro cuore, e la nostra mente e la mente di Chenrezig diventano di un unico sapore, come acqua che entra nell'acqua. Ora che abbiamo fatto questo assorbimento, facciamo la dedica dell'energia positiva che abbiamo accumulato assieme, e in particolare dedichiamo affinché questa pandemia, che in alcuni punti del mondo si sta riducendo, ma in altri si sta rinfocolando dovuto alle diverse variazioni e modificazioni che ha avuto, dedichiamo affinché finisca al più presto e che gli esseri trovino un equilibrio e una mancanza di paura dovuto al Covid e una mancanza di sofferenza dovuta a questo. E poi facciamo le nostre dediche generali, per cui ovviamente dal momento che la nostra motivazione è la motivazione di bodhicitta, motiviamo la nostra, dedichiamo appunto motivandola la bodhicitta. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Per realizzare la vacuità, samsara e nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Per i malati, che è la ragione principale per cui siamo assieme, ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. E perché no, per incontrare un perfetto guru in tutte le vite, possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, possa ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Adesso facciamo la dedica per sigillare i meriti con la vacuità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Quindi continuiamo le nostre dediche e ovviamente dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. E dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri, i tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. E così pure dedichiamo per la lunga vita di tutti i maestri che sono dotati delle 10 qualità e che sono presenti nel mondo e che probabilmente molti di noi ne hanno contatto, affinché vivano a lungo e i loro progetti possano essere portati a completamento. E dedichiamo ovviamente per tutti gli esseri, non solo quelli che sono interessati dalla pandemia, ma anche quelli che soffrono per tante altre ragioni, che spesso ci dimentichiamo, e non possiamo non ricordarci quelli che sono sotto le bombe dovuto alle guerre, quelli che scappano dal loro paese perché per via della siccità, per via delle guerre stesse, e che devono affrontare incredibili pericoli. E dedichiamo per tutti quelli che sono malati anche di altro, non solo di Covid, ma quelli che stanno vivendo difficili momenti con malattie e sofferenze, quindi sia dovuto alle malattie, sia dovuto anche alla prigionia. Quante persone sono sotto segregazione, sono sotto tortura. Quindi la sofferenza attorno a noi è continua, e quindi dedichiamo affinché tutti questi esseri possano essere al più presto ottenere sollievo dalle loro sofferenze, guarigione completa, separazione completa dalle sofferenze. Quindi abbiamo finito.
Ciao, Venerable Raffaello.
Hello, Venerable teacher. How are you?
How are you?
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Now we are very busy, the institute, because we finished the basic and the master, and so busy with initiations and other things, and then of course Tuesday will be the birthday of His Holiness, so preparing also for that. So we are very busy. That's why I just choose very early this morning, because I have to run right soon and the institute. So like that. And you, what about you, Venerable teacher? How is it going?
We're okay. We're a little bit worried about Venerable Sutrim, you know.
No, I don't know. What happened?
Luciano Spalarosa.
Oh, what happened?
He has lung cancer.
Oh.
And
Sorry.
yeah, he's not in a good state.
Wow. But he's in
Yeah.
hospital or is he there?
No. He's with us.
Okay. Yeah, bring him my greetings and my hug from the heart.
Okay.
Okay.
I will. Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, you're welcome. See you next. Bye.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So I would like to thank the media team of Chenrezig Institute. Thank you so much. And I would like to thank Venerable Damcho from the UK, who is doing the administration. Hello, Chenrezig Institute. And Venerable Damcho is doing the administration of these talks and practices. Thank you very much. I'd like us to start to, if we can think while we're doing this practice, what the world as a whole went through past year and a half. All the lockdowns, all the restrictions, the people who have died, the families. This called it social distancing, which I think is a very bad name. I think it should be physical distancing, not social. We're visualizing all sentient beings in a human form all around us. All the animals, all the insects, all the gods, the demigods, the hungry ghosts, the hell beings, all in human form. All the six realms, being at one point have been human. So we think of them in their human form, all around us. So we take refuge. All things being, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So thinking about these 1,000 Chenrezig, thinking about these sentient beings all around us, all in human form, and on the top of each one of them is 1,000 Chenrezig. Very beautiful, very calm, wise, compassionate. Don't forget to visualize 1,000 Chenrezig on top of your own head. Then think that nectar beams are emitting from the 1,000 Chenrezig and enter into one's own body and mind. All sentient beings have a Chenrezig that is emitting beams of nectar. And these nectar beams are purifying. You have to remember that any particular sickness, spirit harm, because of those is negative karma and defilements. since beginningless rebirth up to now. And with these nectar beams are completely purified. You can think of the COVID-19 pandemic, all the suffering it invoked, all the negative karma that was ripening. People in hospitals, on respirators, suffering mentally, physically, financially, socially. Same visualization of nectar beams that are emitting from the Thousand Armed Chenrezig, completely purifying from any sickness. With the visualization of Chenrezig and the recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum, completely purifying. We have to request Chenrezig to guide us. As Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, it's good to remember to visualize his sufferings as extensive as possible, and that they are constantly being purified as we chant or recite the Chenrezig mantra. And as it is said in the Sur practice, offering aroma to the spirits, the numberless hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, asuras and suras, and the intermediate state beings, and all human beings, and especially those who are affected mentally, physically, financially, socially from the COVID-19 pandemic, from all of whom I received all my past, present, future happiness, are the most precious and most kind ones in my life. I must free them from all their suffering and its causes and bring them to compassion, Buddha's enlightenment. To do this, I must achieve compassion, Buddha's enlightenment myself. Therefore, the most important thing in my life is to develop great compassion. For that, I must receive the blessing of the special deity of compassion. So from the newness sadhana, I will recite 3 times. O I, compassionate-eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers and all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O eye of compassionate-eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers and all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, compassionate-eyed one, with the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers and all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. I would like us to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes of our precious friends, the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche and others. Through generating loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killing and famine and diseases like the COVID-19 pandemic and the imbalance of the elements in the world stop right now. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Don't forget to visualize Chenrezig on top of your head, purifying with nectar beams. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Oh, mani padme hum. Okay. And I'd like us to recite the actual prayer. A few times. If we can make it to 7 times. Continue, if you can, to recite the Om Mani Padme Hum and to keep on with the visualization. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of the Gaha spirits, innocent, the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occurring in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that summon suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, the power of the kidneys, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of Gaha spirits, innocent, the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening disease, like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that summon suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Kini, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and protests, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name is terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Kini, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside in the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, innocence, and Buddhas, must occur in the realm of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, it's like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose name is terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, the power of the Kini, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all the dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, the power of the Kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May all the diseases inside the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of the God's spirits, innocent, the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And this would be the last recitation. May all the diseases sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, innocence, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, the power of the Kini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay, now we can let go of the visualization of 1,000 Om Chenrezig. Dissolve it into a sphere of light. If you have the initiation, you can enter your body, reside in your heart. I don't have time today, but I would like to remind us that it is only suggested to recite Tao mantras. Om Tawadu Tawadu Soha. You can do a few malas a day. I think he suggested 10 malas. It would be absolutely wonderful. So I'd like to start the dedications. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all sicknesses without exception of triton beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. and by the completing the quality of the grounded path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losang Japa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart, in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma flourish, may all sides of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transformatory beings. And to seal with the merits with emptiness, due to the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who I am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushu who knows reality, and just like the Matabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with dedication praise at the best, whether all gone beyond victorious one of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And for the IMI, may I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life in pure moral conduct, like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta and live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our life without corruption to pure wisdom for the second Buddha's teachings. And for our long life, the long lives of our lamas, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Thangtong Gyalpo. May you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the snowland teachings and transitory beings, who extensively clarified the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus in hand, Lord Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. For the long life of Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer of the moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, 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 please keep guiding us, and please, please, please live long. So, hello, Venerable Siliana. Buongiorno, ciao.
Buongiorno, hello, how are you?
Very well, thank you very much.
Good. And how is Sultrim? It's still there. Is he still conscious?
Yeah.
Is he
yes,
conscious?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's better than he was, but
Mm-hmm.
Not so good, yes.
Yeah, of course. Yes, I remember, last week I heard this. And anyway, it's in our prayers, and I'm sure he will have a nice passage, because he has, how many years he's been a monk? A long time, I think.
I think 15.
15 years, yes. So that's very, very good for him. Yeah. Okay. So yes, in our prayer. Thank you very much. Give my love to Sultrim and say that it is in our prayers and the nuns, the monks, and everybody. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
So first of all, I'd like to thank the Chenrezig Institute people that are supporting us, that with this, we are already in the 49th week, and thank you very much for supporting us with all this time, and then it's been a very, very big commitment, and so thank you, thank you, thank you. Ok, buongiorno a tutti quanti. Adesso ho ringraziato il team del Chenrezig Institute che ci ha sostenuto, che ci sta sostenendo da 49 settimane. Siamo già alla 49esima settimana di questa maratona di preghiera che continua e continuerà ancora per un bel po', perché appunto la situazione è abbastanza difficile, in tutto il mondo è molto difficile, e soprattutto preghiamo particolarmente perché la mente, tutte quante le impronte mentali negative degli esseri viventi possono essere pacificate in modo tale che si possa sperimentare una situazione di semi-normalità. Comunque questa situazione di difficoltà ci ha aiutato ad essere più vicini, ad essere più uniti e fare tutte quante queste preghiere insieme, e particolarmente questa maratona ha dato la possibilità anche a noi monaci e monache di essere in contatto gli uni con gli altri, di conoscersi e quindi di far conoscere anche a tutti quanti la nostra presenza, che è stata costante tutto questo anno e continuerà ad esserlo, e particolarmente il 14 di luglio è il giorno del Chokorduchen, ovvero è la celebrazione della d'anniversario del primo insegnamento di Buddha, e per noi monaci e monache dell'AMI, dell'International Mahayana Institute, è il giorno internazionale della Sangha, e nel giorno del Chokorduchen i meriti che si accumulano in quella giornata sono moltiplicati di 100 milioni di volte, perché è uno dei 4 giorni speciali, è uno dei 4 giorni speciali del Buddha. Quindi in quella giornata è di grande beneficio impegnarsi in pratiche virtuose. Ok, ora detto questo, direi che possiamo cominciare con il stare seduti comodamente, rilassando completamente il corpo. Cerchiamo di tenere la spina dorsale dritta in modo tale che le nostre arie possano fluire liberamente senza ostacoli, e quindi facilitare così anche la purificazione e lo sviluppo delle nostre qualità interiori. Pensiamo di purificare tutte quante le impronte mentali negative che abbiamo accumulato attraverso il rancore, la gelosia, l'invidia e particolarmente l'ignoranza. Ignoranza che si afferra ai fenomeni e alle persone come veramente esistenti, come esistenti dalla propria parte, senza dipendere da cause e condizioni. E da questo afferrarsi, da questa comprensione, partono tutti quanti le varie emozioni distruttive. Ed è così per tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. Quindi portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. Possiamo pensare mentre ispiriamo tutta l'energia positiva di tutti quanti gli esseri illuminati, gli esseri santi, che riempiono completamente, pervadono completamente il nostro corpo. E quando espiriamo buttiamo fuori tutte quante energie negative nell'aspetto di fumo nero che va oltre l'universo. Un altro modo di pensare è: inspiriamo luce, energia positiva, e quando espiriamo la diamo anche a tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi che sono intorno a noi. E ci impegniamo in questa pratica per il beneficio di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, non soltanto per noi stessi. Ora dal profondo del cuore, visualizzando il nostro guru, Chenrezig, a 4.000 braccia, o Thangtong Gyalpo. Dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha del Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente e Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha del Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha del Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Ora con la visualizzazione di Chenrezig di fronte a noi, o Thangtong Gyalpo, il nostro guru radice, recitiamo il mantra Mani Padme Hum pensando che l'energia positiva si diffonde in tutti quanti gli universi, verso tutti quanti gli esseri senzienti. Immaginiamo che tutte quante le cause di malattie e di problemi vengono completamente pacificate. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money. Mani per me, 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 mani per me. Mani per me, 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 mani per me. Money per me, 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 money per me. Money per me, 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 money per me. Money per me, 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 money per me. Money per me, 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 money per me. Money per me, 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 money per me. Money per me, 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 money per me. Money per me, 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 money per me. Oh, money per me, 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 money per me. Oh, money per me, 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 money per me. Oh, money per me, 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 money. Oh, money per me, money per me, money per me, money per me, money. Money per me, 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 money per me. Oh, money per me, 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 money per me. Money per me, 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 money per me. Oh, money per me. Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti e dalle malattie, dai Buddha e dagli elementi non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che primono il corpo e la mente, e ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati lunga vita, buona salute salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei tre rari supremi, con il potere della Kenya, dei protettori dei Dharma, dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma, dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti gram, dalle malattie, dai butta e dagli elementi non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che è come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose. I 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione del Guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei archini protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza e infallibilità del karma. I suoi risultati possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti dalle malattie, dai butta e dagli elementi non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, sbarra il corpo della mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenza dannosa, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che prima nel corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere e siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri della King, dei protettori delle dame e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche essere soddisfatte. Poi ora facciamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, che è pacifica dal pericolo delle armi, che è sempre in relazione a Chenrezig, anche qua si recitano i mantra di Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum. Ora facciamo la preghiera. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Padme Hum. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime, trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittorioso e aggriverato, Tara completamente pura e così via. E solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli. Oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione, per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti del tempo di litigio e prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati da sofferenze intense dai conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò che con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre e così possono aumentare felicità e buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di una Asura, da ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra da ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri in quella terra pura. Per favore, fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita, senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti, affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti, poiché la realtà ultima, che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto, sono infallibili, poiché possiedono la tale realtà ultima e per la compassione del guru, divinità, sigillo della mente, dei rari e sublimi, possono queste pure di estese preghiere essere realizzate. Quindi ora ci dedichiamo, facciamo le strofe di dedica come consiglia Lama Zopa Rinpoche in questo periodo. Chanchu Sencho Rinpoche Ma Kyepana Kyegyurji Kyepanyam Pame Payam Gone Gondu Pewasho. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorge in chi non l'ha ancora generata. Possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa e effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Per i malati, ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, poi tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, poi tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, poi tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separata dal loro perfetti. Posso io godere del magnifico Dhamma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, posso ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. E poi ancora, per essere sempre usate di esseri senzienti in accordo ai loro benefici, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'argine nelle foreste, possa io essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Poi posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerare ancora più che di me stessa. Posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Posso io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi o ricordarmi e anche toccandomi o parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa essersi felicità per sempre. Ora sigilliamo i meriti con la vacuità per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, posso che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte da sola, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguire nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù, con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi per avere una condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa, prosperi, possono tutti i segni, gli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. a causa dei 2 tipi di meriti, dei 3 tempi, di me stesso e degli altri, possono gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Sanjapa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Per la lunga vita di Sua Santità e Dalai Lama. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyalpo, ti supplico, posso i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del suo giocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni i preservi di fondi e dottrina vittoriosa di Mangiunata, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere, che onorano i 3 supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri, i tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Quindi ora volevo ringraziare tutti quelli che hanno seguito, quelli che stanno seguendo, e la prossima sessione in italiano saranno alle 9:30, poi alle 10:30, alle 19:30 e alle 21:30 questa sera. E poi volevo ricordare che dalla prossima settimana, dal 10 al 14 di luglio, ci saranno gli insegnamenti di Gyalpo Rinpoche sui 12 anelli dell'interdipendenza, e quindi chi è interessato proprio sull'insegnamento sulla ruota della vita, insegnamento molto bello, molto interessante, soprattutto per imparare a conoscere e quindi familiarizzare come il karma viene maturato e come si sperimentano le varie situazioni negative, come vaghiamo dentro all'esistenza ciclica. Quindi manderò il link nei prossimi giorni, o oggi o domani, per poter accedere a questo insegnamento. Non occorre registrarsi, semplicemente ci si può manifestare al momento dell'insegnamento. L'insegnamento sarà tradotto dal tibetano in inglese dalla Geshe-ma Kelsang Wangmo, e io tradurrò dall'inglese in italiano, poi ci sarà la possibilità di seguire anche in ebraico e in russo, e forse anche altre traduzioni, non so, forse mongolo. Ok, ho finito. Chucky, buongiorno, you have to put on your mic.
Yes. Am I got sound? Ciliana.
Yes. Ciao.
Ciao,
nice
Bella.
to see you. How are you?
Very good. Are you well? Are you safe?
Very well. Yes. Very good. Very safe. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Everything okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just come out of lockdown again, so we're good again. Good to go.
Yeah. I heard, but this is not going to end, it's going to go on and on and on. I think about the other 2 years, probably.
Yeah. Well, Margot's now got 2 years visa, so we can do it for 2 more years now.
Okay. Thank you to Margot then.
Thank you, Margot. We celebrated a bit today. Okay.
Thank you very much. Take care. Ciao, ciao. Have a nice session.
Ciao.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so just setting our motivation here for this evening. It seems, well, this evening here in Sunshine Coast, we were just Mama's birthday on Tuesday. And of course, people are adding more things. So we're just reminiscing how it was 10 years ago, His Holiness was here at Chenrezig Institute. So we have a little film, Chenrezig at Chenrezig, that maybe many of our younger folks haven't seen, or maybe older ones as well, but, sort of newer folks to the centre. So we'll probably, put that into the mix of everything else we're doing, starting early in the morning and going on throughout the day. It's wonderful celebration of His Holiness, and how wonderful it is for the world, that we have this, first time a Dalai Lama's had such great influence throughout the world in terms of engaging with the world all over and connecting with people regardless of Buddhist, non-Buddhist, regardless of whether they are interested even, but just sort of got that hook of compassion engaging us all, because how can we not all want peace and happiness for the world? That's a driving force of us as human beings. It's our very nature. And then, of course, for us here, of actually thinking about what gives ultimate happiness, what will go with us lifetime to lifetime, and you know, sort of holding in our mind the Dharma and all the precious prayers and so forth. And think, whenever any sentient being encounters me, may it never be meaningless for them and always be meaningful. Whenever someone has an angry or devotional thought arise just by looking at me, may that attitude alone becomes the cause that always accomplishes all the temporary and ultimate purposes of that being. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge, for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island. A light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be like a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing. Powerful mantra accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth. Great medicine curing every sickness. A wish-fulfilling tree satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the four great elements, the earth and so forth, and like the sky, may I always be a means of living in every way for the innumerable sentient beings. May I likewise be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings, equaling the extent of space until they all attain the sorrowless state. So then visualizing all beings equaling the extent of space. So innumerable sentient beings, every atom of space, as far as space pervades, every known and unknown universe arising here around us in human form, engaging in this practice to pacify, to quell this pandemic in the world, following in the inspiration and the powerful practice of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, who was able to pacify pandemic in Western Tibet, in the seat of the Sakya, when no other measures would work, you know. And then talking with Venerable Siliana just now that, you know, we've got to live with this pandemic and it's all its variations and its mutations, and, you know, take the measures, many of which we've already taken. You know, look how much our lives have transformed since the beginning of last year. How many new social conventions. I mean, whoever did the elbow bump before, or maybe people did, but it's become a thing. Compassionate distancing, virtual hugs, you know, connecting with each other so much in this virtual space all around the world. No impediment, no obstruction, and through the kindness of our precious gurus guiding us to engage more and more in this collective accumulation of the power of prayer for the benefit of the world. So with that great spacious motivation, turning to the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. O sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. O sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So visualizing here, as we have, on every atom of space, every sentient being, and all of us, whatever represents for us the objects of refuge, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, whatever understanding we have of the qualities, the precious, pure, perfect qualities of the Buddha, having completely transformed this clunky samsaric body, completely transformed into an embodiment of perfection arising in this form, then it seems that the power of that form is so great that even people don't have to be Buddhist or anything. They're attracted to that form. I mean, I've never seen so many. I mean, it's wonderful. Just think how many Buddha statues there are in garden shops, in people's houses, and on the walls, and all sorts, everywhere. Skillful means Buddha, Of course, through the power of Geshe Sutrumla here, we seem to be emanating many, many different statues of many embodiments, all the Nalanda masters and Guru Rinpoche coming, and Gautami, the first Buddhist nun, and Maitreya Buddha, all these statues are rising right here in the Pure Land of Chenrezig Institute. Wow. So blessed, and so many beings blessed. When Vajrayana Institute in Sydney moved from Newtown to Ashfield, so moved into a much bigger space. And it was a house that had been, it had been a nursing home and had been vacant for a number of years. And there was a back gate, and there wasn't a gate at the back, actually, to the back lane. I'm not sure if there was a front gate. I mean, there is now. There's both back gates and fence or whatever. Anyway, people used to use it as a shortcut. And the stupa arrived quite a long time before the rest of us, because there were a few council things to sort out. And I remember holding my mind, Rinpoche's then, and people used to even stop in the street and look at the stupa. They'd never seen one before. And that even you don't know what it is, just that power of attraction and the power of the blessings of these holy objects. We're so, blessed here in our environment to have so many stupas, so many statues, so many tankas, so many images, so many representations, where the statue, the tanka, the stupa, and so forth is, there the Buddha is. So holding like that in our mind. So then I can happily go to the garden shop. Actually, when we were in Newtown, one of the nuns there, she used to go down to the shop, and they had a big Tara. And she would always go there and chat to the woman in the shop and prostrate to Tara. And it was sort of like, wouldn't that be a bit awkward? I mean, it was King Street, Newtown. People expect you to do that. And when you dress like this, maybe you get a bit of leeway as well. But in our hearts, we can hold our hands in mudra prostration everywhere. everywhere. And as Geshe was talking about this in Middling Lam Rim, Lama Tsongkhapa the other day, and saying, mentioning Kadampa Master Geshe Chegmora would, even a text was being brought up, would be prostrating to the text as it was coming to be offered. So precious, understanding how precious the Dharma is in our lives. I don't think any of us here would question that. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So our infinite potential, our own Buddha nature, the potentiality, as the Buddha said, for all of us, mind possessors, human or non-human, to become a Buddha. The only thing that stops us is ourselves. So tapping into that powerful wisdom mind of the Dharmakaya of a Buddha, which is infinite like space, like the sun rising in the world, illuminating the darkness of our confusion and ignorance and so forth. And from that vast space of the infinite potentiality of our mind, that vast wisdom mind, wisdom body, and all the other bodies coming along with that, arising, can't help but arise, the heart of compassion, of infinite altruism for all the beings in the world, but particularly the human beings in this world system. So looking again, as I was just now, at the 3.96 million deaths from COVID since the beginning around the world. That's fellow human beings. I mean, we always say there's 7.6 billion humans, or around about that. But if we think about that, 3.96 million, it's like a third, over a third of a billion. And 10,000 deaths every day worldwide currently. So we can see all these different strains and taking its toll on lives in so many places in the world, in the US, in Brazil, all of South America, I think many places in South America, in India, of course, so they're the, but throughout Europe we see as well, and Africa. I mean, there's no part of the world really untouched, is there? Where there's human life. Similarly, where there's human life, there's a heart of compassion. So connecting with that and visualizing above the crown of your head, here we have Arya Chenrezig. The embodiment of all the Buddha's infinite compassion arising in this form for us, to remind us of our heart of compassion, to remind us to engage in this practice. And as Geshe said, when His Holiness was giving instructions for his birthday, said, maybe last year, I think, best thing, recite Om Mani Padme Hum. So we can think of that His Holiness the Dalai Lama is the manifestation in a form we can connect to of the Buddha Arya Chenrezig in this world. And he's so skillful connecting with so many beings, like no other Dalai Lama before, right? So many throughout the world, regardless of, class, gender, beliefs, or none. What does His Holiness say? Physically, mentally, emotionally, human beings. We're all the same. Differences of gender, sexuality, race, ethnicity, color, linguistic difference, secondary, socioeconomic status, political beliefs, all secondary. We're all the same. Wanting happiness and not wanting to suffer. There's much more that brings us together than that divides us, including this pandemic. So for the sake of all beings, every atom of space, visualizing above their crown, emanation of infinite altruistic compassion. And as we recite the mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum, visualizing that light and nectar healing energy comes flowing down from the heart of that being above the crown and washes away any disturbances of the body and mind completely, cleanses that, purifies that, so the body becomes more and more clean, clear, like crystal, and the mind more and more pacified of all the disturbances, the anxieties, the depressions, the fears, the grief, the confusion, and so forth. Gone. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So this emanation of infinite altruistic compassion above your crown in the nature of light and above the crowns of all those beings around you dissolves into an orb of light, which melts down through the crown chakra, melts down through the top of the head, and, comes and brings that infinite altruistic compassion energy sitting at your heart, just like the Mani, the jewel of compassion at the heart of Arya Chenrezig. Something to cultivate, to grow, to tap into when our minds get confused and depressed and anxious and afraid and hopeless and so forth, when it's weakened by these negative states, then tapping into our own wealth of compassion that connects us heart to all the other beings around us, and we can feel that energy radiating back to our heart as we radiate out towards theirs. And power, the power of compassion, the mind of enlightenment, bodhicitta, the awakening mind of a Buddha. And with that combination of wisdom and compassion, engaging the actual prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due to life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. So here, of course, we're focusing on this pandemic that has gripped the whole world. All of us human beings have the karma to experience in some level of exposure and so forth. So it's some shared karma we have. But of course, all the other acute, chronic, epidemic diseases that particularly is impacting on us in the human realm, and then just hearing predictions that, you know, there's going to be pandemic in the animal realm, and being concerned about how you socially isolate animals and so forth, quarantine animals. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So all the dedications and prayers thus far, what is it, almost 50 weeks, 49 weeks, 48 weeks of this prayer-a-thon so far that we have engaged in, you know, collectively gathering together to pacify this pandemic in the world, and then all the other prayers, all other beings, all our, you know, sort of precious gurus have done, all those in the Buddhist traditions, all those in the non-Buddhist traditions, and so forth, all of us. May all of that ripen quickly to the pacification by whatever means, well, compassionate means. May sentient beings never suffer, commit evil, or ever become ill. May they not be afraid or despised. May they never have unhappy minds. May medicines be potent and the recitation of secret mantras be effective. May dakinis, rakshasas, and so forth be endowed with minds of compassion. May the monasteries flourish and externally remain due to reading and recitation. May the Sangha always be concordant, and may the aims of the Sangha always be accomplished. So here we are, very fortunate to be able to collectively, monks and nuns of International Mahayana Institute around the world, connecting with each other on a weekly basis through the power of this and through the power of our recitation. May we be the cause for monastic settings to flourish in the world for the benefit of the world. And here we have seen, as I think many other places during this pandemic, of seeing that actually it's been a great opportunity to really hone in, just like the rest of the world, on what's most important. And what is most important for us is our study, reflection, meditation, our practice. And, you know, this has been a great opportunity to really focus on what we can contribute to the well-being of the world. I find it so, so profound. I love doing this every week. Just, it uplifts the mind, gives us a sense of power. So dedicating all this practice, may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And of course, the prayers for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, turning 86 on Tuesday. As His Holiness has many times said, it has been predicted that His Holiness will live to 113. May his life be long, may his life be well, may His Holiness continue to turn the wheel of Dharma. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Saviour, the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of our precious spiritual director, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, guiding us, navigating us through this crazy time, through the power of this practice. You who uphold and subdue his moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones. Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. You know, so we're very fortunate last year on His Holiness Dalai Lama's birthday to actually have Rinpoche zoom in from Nepal and consecrate the Nalanda Master's Garden. That was pretty wild. Well, it wasn't wild, it was wonderful. It was absolutely amazing what we can do in this together. Due to all the past, present and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may the I, which is merely labeled by the mind, attain the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, depend on many, many eons of causes and conditions, and lead all sentient beings who are empty of existing from their own side, who are a dependent arising to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, which is a total hallucination. Thank you very much, and handing over now, who are we handing over to? Ah, Venerable, hello.
Oh. Ciao.
Ciao, Bella.
Ciao, Bella. From Chenrezig Institute, Australia.
Yes.
Ah, me from Istituto Lama Zopa Pomaya, Italy.
LA. We zoom from one side of the world to other, but we're still connected, heart to heart. So, Venerable, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to you. Gracias. Ciao. Good luck. Buongiorno Isa, buongiorno Irene, buongiorno a tutti quelli che non vedo, quelli che ci sono e non vedo, e comunque anche grazie che possiamo fare qualche cosa di estremamente positivo anche in poco tempo per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono stati e continuano ad essere estremamente gentili con noi, perché sono come noi, hanno gli stessi organi come noi, fatti di carne, ossa, hanno gli stessi sentimenti come noi, quindi sono identici a noi, e quindi possiamo veramente, adesso che questa mattina siamo ancora in vita, possiamo veramente aprire il nostro cuore e renderlo operativo nei confronti di tutti gli esseri, in particolare questo momento, questa pandemia che ancora sembra che c'è e si manifesta attraverso il nostro karma, così ancora e ancora. Quindi noi esadiamo i desideri del nostro maestro, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, di Sua Santità Dalai Lama, di tutti i nostri maestri, che ci vedono partecipi in questo momento della nostra vita, che appunto siamo ancora vivi questa mattina, e quindi questo è una preziosità incredibile, essere ancora in vita, poter fare qualche cosa. Quindi adesso pensiamo l'amore e la compassione di tutti gli esseri che l'hanno sviluppata. Anche io vorrei fare come loro, vorrei aprire il mio cuore come loro, vorrei sentire l'amore e la compassione come loro, e l'amore e la compassione sorgono dentro di noi, e la prima persona a cui noi dobbiamo rivolgerci per sviluppare l'amore e la compassione siamo proprio noi, perché siamo i primi a sapere quanto soffriamo, cos'è la sofferenza. Noi lo sappiamo perché viviamo la nostra vita con l'esperienza della sofferenza, e anche se adesso in questo momento magari siamo in buona salute, però non siamo della natura dell'impermanenza, quindi la nostra vita è soggetta all'invecchiare, all'ammalarci, alla morte. Quindi queste parti della nostra vita sono inevitabili, e quindi per tutti gli infiniti esseri questa è una condizione universale, è una condizione che non riguarda solo noi, ma che riguarda tutti gli infiniti esseri. Quindi per far sorgere da dentro di noi questo potere infinito che è dentro di noi, di amore, compassione, saggezza dentro di noi, dobbiamo iniziare da noi, iniziare a osservare noi stessi, quanto noi soffriamo, quanto noi abbiamo bisogno di amore, quanto abbiamo bisogno di compassione. Chi può darci l'amore e la compassione? No? Quando eravamo bambini ce lo offrivano i nostri genitori, nostra madre, no? Poi adesso siamo cresciuti, questo amore, noi abbiamo guardato a un compagno, una compagna, poi anche ai nostri maestri, no? Ma piano piano ci dobbiamo rendere conto che noi dobbiamo veramente volerci bene, noi stessi, così come siamo. E su questa base, da questa base, che siamo autonomi, che siamo indipendenti, che possiamo volerci veramente bene, e su questa base, questo amore nei nostri confronti, quando vediamo delle cose di noi che ancora sono incolte, che ancora non sono proprio per niente, abbiamo ancora tante cose dentro di noi che quando ci guardiamo, no? E diciamo, ah, guarda, c'ho ancora la rabbia, ah, guarda, c'ho ancora la gelosia, ah, guarda, l'attaccamento, no? Quindi ecco che possiamo veramente generare come un abbraccio per queste parti di noi, no? Non possiamo rifiutarle, le parti di noi, che altrimenti creiamo un dualismo nella nostra mente, no? E allora ecco queste parti di noi dobbiamo generare nei loro confronti una consapevolezza e non rifiutarli, ma guardarli con l'occhio della saggezza e della compassione. Della saggezza perché? Perché questi fenomeni interni non sono della stessa natura della mente, quindi possono essere rimossi, non sono inerenti a quello che pensiamo che è l'io, no? Non sono io. Quindi lasciamoli, diciamo, guardiamoli con gli occhi della compassione e prendiamoci del tempo, qualche minuto, inspiriamo la luce chiara, espiriamo tutti i tipi di tensioni interne della nostra mente e del nostro corpo. Lasciamo che tutto il nostro corpo si rilassi e anche che la nostra mente si rilassi. Inspiriamo la luce bianca, immacolata, che pervade tutto il nostro corpo, che ci toglie via tutte le tensioni e che ci dona pace nelle cellule di tutto il nostro corpo e guarisce tutte le cellule del nostro corpo. E anche la nostra mente si rilassa, che tutte queste concezioni che abbiamo di noi e degli altri si rilassano, la nostra mente diventa chiara come lo spazio, come il cielo. Facciamo così per qualche momento, per qualche minuto. quando prendiamo la luce chiara, immaginiamo che ci arrivano tutte le benedizioni di tutti gli esseri santi che ci stanno osservando, e in particolare immaginiamo il nostro maestro nell'aspetto del Buddha della compassione, che può essere Gesù, che può essere la Madonna, che può essere Tara, che possono essere Buddha Sakyamuni, chiunque noi è il nostro maestro. Pensiamo nell'aspetto della natura pura, e quindi che ci manda questa luce che noi inspiriamo e ci pervade. Noi pensiamo, e poi pensiamo che anche il nostro padre a destra, la nostra madre a sinistra, i nostri cari tutti intorno a noi, anche loro fanno la pratica con noi, e tutta questa luce pervade tutto il nostro corpo. Questa luce cura, rilassa tutte le tensioni del corpo, tutte le tensioni della mente. I pensieri si acquietano. Questa è la presa di rifugio. Pensiamo che stiamo prendendo rifugio nella natura limpida e chiara degli esseri illuminati e della nostra vera natura. Adesso il nostro maestro è l'aspetto della luce bianca, luminosa. Immaginiamo che è una replica, invitiamolo a venire nella sommità della nostra testa. Se preferiamo, possiamo tenerlo sopra di noi, che emana raggi di luce dal suo cuore, da tutto il suo corpo, pervade completamente tutto il nostro corpo, pervade completamente il corpo del nostro padre, di nostra madre, fratelli, sorelle, figli, compagni, delle persone che conosciamo, pervade piano piano come una macchia d'olio, come pervade piano piano tutto l'ambiente in cui viviamo, tutti i paesi in cui viviamo, così anche le città d'intorno, piano piano, tutta la nostra regione, tutte le regioni d'Italia, così piano piano tutta l'Europa, piano tutto il Medio Oriente, già l'Africa, l'Australia, l'America, il nord e il sud. Pensiamo che questi raggi di luce pervadono tutto il pianeta. Se preferiamo, facciamo venire il maestro nel nostro cuore come desideriamo. Poi dal nostro cuore, finiti i raggi di luce, vanno in tutte le direzioni. A questo punto, questi raggi di luce sono raggi di amore, di compassione, di riconoscimento che noi, fra noi e gli esseri, non esiste nessuna differenza, che siamo tutti quanti, diciamo, un'unica natura, siamo tutti fatti della stessa natura. E quindi recitiamo il mantra del Buddha, della compassione, che è mantra di guarigione dall'attitudine egocentrica, limitante del nostro cuore. Immaginiamo che il nostro cuore si apre e recitando il mantra questi raggi di luce vanno in tutti gli esseri che abbiamo così visualizzato e che sono, diciamo, visti dalla nostra mente e quindi sembrano fuori, ma in realtà pensiamo dove sono questi esseri infiniti. Io con cosa le visualizzo, con cosa le guardo? Le guardo con gli occhi della mente. Quindi questi esseri sono come fuori e dentro di noi. Non c'è questa dualità, no? E recitiamo il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, pensando che tutte le parti malate di tutti questi esseri, compreso delle nostre parti malate, vengono completamente tutti curati, guariti. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Immaginiamo, visualizziamo che tutti i raggi di luce che sono stati emanati dal cuore di Chenrezig, dal nostro cuore, rientrano nel nostro cuore. E quindi il nostro cuore diventa estremamente luminoso, caldo e pieno di saggezza, amore e compassione. Adesso recitiamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, che ha un grandissimo potere. Possono tutti gli essere liberi dalla sofferenza e dalle cause della sofferenza. Possono tutti gli esseri avere la felicità e le cause della felicità. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo, possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure i danni arrecati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dagli 80.000 tipi di interferenze e dai 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere venire totalmente pacificate. Possono il corpo e la mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione dei guru, dei 3 gioielli, per il potere dei dakini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Facciamo un'altra e poi facciamo la dedica dei meriti. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che sono il risultato del karma, delle condizioni temporanee, come pure i danni arrecati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle 80.000 tipi di interferenze, dai 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere venire totalmente pacificate, e possono il corpo e mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Per la compassione del guru dei 3 gioielli, per il potere delle dakini, per il protettore del Dharma, dei guardiani, per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Diciamo la dedica dei meriti. Per i meriti accumulati che sono vuoti ad esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono vuota ad esistere dalla mia parte ottenere velocemente l'illuminazione che è vuota ad esistere dalla sua parte, condurre tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono vuoti ad esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato di illuminazione io stessa e da sola. lunga vita di Sua Santità, nel paese circondato da montagne nevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità. Potente Chenrezig, Thangtong Gyalpo, ti prego di rimanere fino alla fine del samsara. Lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e dissemini la dottrina vittoriosa di Mangiunata, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano tre gioielli, salvatori degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, per favore vivi a lungo. Possa la preziosa mente dell'illuminazione non ancora sorta sorgere e svilupparsi, e quella che è già stata sviluppata possa non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. A causa di queste virtù possa io diventare rapidamente un guru Buddha, guidare quello stato ogni essere vivente senza alcuna eccezione. Dedichiamo ogni virtù accumulata a beneficio degli insegnamenti di tutti gli esseri migratori, e in special modo affinché l'essenza degli insegnamenti del venerabile Losandrapa possa splendere per sempre. Fintanto ci esisterà lo spazio, fintanto esisterà anche un unico essere senziente, posso anch'io rimanere per dissolvere la sofferenza. Cerchiamo di gioire di quello che possiamo fare, le nostre possibilità, cercare di essere contenti che abbiamo ancora questo prezioso tempo, preziosa rinascita umana. Generiamo gratitudine per i nostri meriti, i meriti di tutti gli esseri che lavorano per far sì che questa pratica continui nelle 24 ore, per compiacere i nostri guru, i nostri maestri, per compiacere i nostri cari, per compiacere tutti gli esseri senzienti. Generiamo una gioia dentro di noi. Grazie a tutti. Buona giornata. Ciao Isa. Ciao Paloma. Ciao Begonia.
Ciao Lucia.
Ciao Irene. Al centro Nagarjuna.
Ciao Lucia.
Ciao, grazie Paloma.
Grazie a tutti.
Bella Paloma, bella.
È blanca.
Begonia, bella, bella. Grazie.
E Fabio bello, bello.
Bellissimo.
Anche io, bello.
Bello, bellissimo.
Lucia también. Gracias, Lucia. Cuídate.
Gracias, cuídate. Usted también.
Gracias, hasta la semana que viene.
Chao.
Ay, es genial el italiano, ¿no? Muy simpático. Y Lucia también.
Anche lo spagnolo, muy simpático.
Ay, venga,
Ciao.
hasta luego, Lucia.
Ciao. Buona giornata, buona pratica.
Y gracias. Gracias.
Tante gracias.
Pues un saludo a vosotros, a los que os habéis a Fabio y Venerable Begoña y los que estáis en YouTube. And thank you, Chenrezig Institute, whoever is today. Entonces, bueno, ya veis, seguimos con el maratón de Thangtong Gyalpo. La pandemia, Samsara no se acaba, pues bueno, nuestras oraciones tampoco se van a acabar, parece ser. Creo que este es el número 50 de los sábados que nos hemos venido reuniendo, o sea que ya hace más de 2 años, creo, bueno, no sé, pero muchos.
No, empezamos el 3 de agosto del 20.
Si 50 lo dividimos entre 4 para saber cuántos meses son.
Eso no lo sé, pero yo sé que empezamos
bueno, no sé.
El 3 de agosto del 2020.
Va
a hacer un año dentro de unos días.
Bueno, pues eso, que es bastante tiempo, la verdad es esa.
Y que conste que están diciendo que en amplios sectores la cosa va peor y que hay más, se está subiendo el número de contagios, pero no solo en España.
Ya, claro, es complejo, es delicado y claro, veremos a ver cómo las cosas siguen. Bueno, la verdad es esa, que eso es de nuevo una oportunidad para que podamos practicar y eso es gracias a la bondad de Lama Zopa Rinpoche que nos anima a que continuemos con estas prácticas, ¿vale? Entonces, si os parece, estamos unos momentitos en silencio intentando generar un buen corazón y luego arrancamos, ¿vale? Y recordamos lo afortunados que somos de poder juntarnos para cultivar la virtud. En nuestro continuo mental hay infinidad de causas para que en cualquier momento madure una experiencia aterradora, como vemos que está sucediendo en el mundo, a otros, y en cualquier momento somos nosotros los protagonistas a los que nos llega. Entonces tenemos el Dharma, tenemos a los Budas guiándonos en el aspecto de nuestros maestros. Por tanto, tenemos herramientas que otros no disponen y por tanto hay mayor responsabilidad por nuestra parte. Recordemos el ejemplo que a veces se dice, ¿no?, de la madre ciega que está caminando por un desfiladero y que se puede caer. Si el hijo está por ahí cerca y no la socorre, pues sería terrible, ¿no? Pues igual nosotros tenemos los medios para socorrer a los seres si desarrollamos un buen corazón, la sabiduría, si progresamos en el camino. Entonces, gracias a la ayuda de nuestros maestros, a la bondad del Buda, de Buda Chenrezig, podemos cultivar la medicina del Dharma, la compasión y la sabiduría. Entonces, recordamos a los seres rodeándonos. Pensemos en nuestro padre y hermanos, estén o no en esta vida humana, en este reino humano. A la derecha, nuestra madre y hermanas, a la izquierda. Por detrás, aquellas personas con las que tenemos una relación más cercana. Y por delante aquellas con las que nos sentimos incómodos, a disgusto o que nos hemos sentido dañados. Y recordemos que independientemente de la cercanía o lejanía en esta vida, todos han sido igualmente bondadosos con nosotros, igualmente queridos y que todo es tan relativo. Por otro lado, somos iguales en desear felicidad y no sufrir. Y extendemos nuestra conciencia mental al resto de los seres, tanto de este mundo humano como de los diferentes reinos de existencia. Y generamos esa aspiración de poder desarrollar todas las herramientas, todo el camino, todas las cualidades que nos permitan lograr el despertar y poder así estar plenamente cualificados para socorrer a los seres y guiarles a la felicidad que desean, que incluso desconocen, la de la iluminación. Visualizamos a Guru Chenrezig, nuestro maestro, es indivisible, inseparable de nuestro propio maestro, su santidad Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Geshe Lamsan, los diferentes maestros que nos guían. Y siente esa energía cálida, compasiva,
que no nos abandona y que vida tras vida va a asegurarse de buscarnos, de contactar, de guiarnos para que sigamos en este camino hacia el despertar. Y rodeados por los seres y para su beneficio tomamos refugio. Ok, a ver. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Y al recitar el mantra visualizamos que desde Guru Chenrezig, potente desde su corazón y por todos los poros de su cuerpo, sagrado cuerpo, se irradia luz blanca que nos inunda a nosotros y a cada uno de los seres, limpiando todos nuestros oscurecimientos, egoísmo, engaños, la ignorancia que se aferra al yo, limpiando todos los miedos, las causas de enfermedad y especialmente pensemos en aquellas personas que están en situación todavía más dolorosa, ya sea por la enfermedad física o enfermedades mentales, por carencias o porque carecen de todo, pues imaginamos que va llegando esta energía compasiva de Guru Chenrezig, colmándoles, limpiando todas las causas de su sufrimiento. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Seguimos citando el mantra en silencio, manteniendo esta visualización, la presencia de Guru Chenrezig y su energía luminosa que nos llega a nosotros y que llega a cada uno de los seres, y permitiendo así que se potencie, que se manifieste la bondad, la compasión y la sabiduría. Mani Padme Hum. Piensa que tu cuerpo, tu mente, así como los seres, el karma negativo, oscurecimientos, los obstáculos se han limpiado, purificado y estamos impregnados de esa energía luminosa, compasiva de la preciosa mente de Guru Chenrezig. Y a ver, un momentico. Ok, y entonces recitamos la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades, que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y la mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo y el espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Tercera repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si les colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar, por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Y hacemos la súplica sincera desde nuestro corazón a Guru Chenrezig. Oh Aria de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar, inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Entonces visualizamos que una réplica de Guru Chenrezig sobre la coronilla de cada uno de nosotros se disuelve en luz, se absorbe en nosotros. Piensa especialmente en aquellos que están más afligidos ahora por la enfermedad o por el miedo o que han fallecido o a punto de fallecer, o los que están en países en conflictos o afectados por desastres naturales. También en todos los seres. Entonces se absorbe en nosotros. Y erradica completamente todas las negatividades y todas las proyecciones erróneas que tenemos respecto a la concepción de un yo como existiendo inherentemente. Y sentimos, se funde eso sagradamente en nosotros, nos hacemos uno con la mente omnisciente y compasiva de Chenrezig. Y nos determinamos a no recubrir esa naturaleza pura, sino expresarla, manifestarla en todas nuestras actividades de cuerpo, palabra y mente, y actuar como el Buda Chenrezig. Y hacemos las dedicaciones. Venerable Begoña.
Dedicamos los méritos para que cese esta pandemia, para que las concentraciones de gente joven, sobre todo ahora, ¿no?, que se están empezando a generalizar, pues que sean posibles de controlarlas y que ellos mismos, los jóvenes, se controlen. En Galicia ya están prohibiendo los grandes eventos y las grandes concentraciones porque la pandemia va peor. Y para que podamos volver otra vez a recibir enseñanza de nuestros maestros presencialmente, de su santidad y de Lama Zopa Rinpoche sobre todo.
Muchas gracias. Venerable Fabio.
Pues igual, que podamos recibir muy pronto enseñanzas y para que se detenga el rápido número de contagios que se está volviendo a producir.
Muy bien. Pues bueno, pensamos en eso, en que los seres, todos los que están enfermos, que se recuperen, que las vacunas, los tratamientos lleguen a todos los seres de los diferentes países, que eliminemos las causas para esta pandemia y los diferentes sufrimientos y desastres que acontecen. Dedicamos también por todos aquellos que han perdido sus medios de vida, que puedan, o los que ya no lo tenían, que puedan tener condiciones propicias, dignas para la vida y para tener tanto la felicidad de esta vida como la felicidad de las vidas futuras hasta la iluminación. Y dedicamos para que nosotros y todos los seres en esta y en todas nuestras vidas siempre volvamos a encontrar maestros Mahayana plenamente cualificados, recibamos el sagrado Dharma y practicando con pureza y diligencia logremos rápidamente la iluminación. Dedicamos para que sus sagrados proyectos puedan llevarse a cabo y sean del máximo beneficio para los seres y que todas, tanto los centros de Dharma, de la FPMT, como las diferentes instituciones que ayudan a los seres, tengamos siempre todas las condiciones propicias, tanto a nivel material, humano y espiritual, para seguir ofreciendo la ayuda a los seres. Y especialmente para que la preciosísima mente de la bodhicitta que no ha nacido pueda surgir y crecer, y que la que ya ha nacido pueda aumentar más y más sin nunca degenerar, que podamos seguir la senda de los iluminados, lograr la iluminación para el beneficio de los seres. Y dedicamos para la larga vida de su Santidad Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche y de todos los maestros que nos guían a la iluminación. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig Institute, que llevas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del soyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunat, que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Salvador mío de los demás, tus discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una vida larga. Muy bien, pues muchas gracias a todos. Os recuerdo que esta tarde, y a los venerables, por supuesto, los compis, los héroes, y el héroe y la heroína, y la otra heroína que se nos ha juntado. Entonces, os recuerdo que esta tarde a las 9 tenemos otro pase con venerable Fabio, ¿vale? Y luego que este martes, día 6, es el cumpleaños de su Santidad el Dalai Lama. Nos vamos a unir en oración todos juntos desde diferentes centros de España con la puya que dirigirá Geshe Lamsan. Y también ya empezar a anunciar que el día 14, creo que cae en miércoles, es el aniversario del primer giro de la Rueda del Dharma. Entonces tenemos todo un programa, un programa de fiestas, de festejos fantástico, que empieza a las 5 de la mañana o 5 y pico hasta completar el día y para acumular méritos para el beneficio de los seres, ¿ok? Entonces nos vemos esta tarde. ¿Queréis añadir algo, Fabio y...?
Sí, que es el aniversario del primer giro de la Rueda del Dharma y Día de la Sangha.
Ah, yes. Día Internacional de los Héroes y las Heroínas, claro que sí.
Oye, podemos pedir por la salud de Nerea y de Charles, que está delicado. Y además, con Charles, el problema es que no se va a cuidar, ni se cuida ni se va a cuidar. O sea que, bueno, para que se recupere.
Claro que sí,
Chao.
muy bien. Hola, Cristiana,
Hola,
¿cómo
vas? Cristiana.
Ciao, Cari. Ciao. How are you? I see you very well, no?
Sí, sí, estamos bien.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
La sesión es Cristiana. Bye. Hasta luego, chicos y chicos. Bye.
Ciao.
Gracias a todos.
Bye, Fabio.
Grazie, Cristiana.
Begonia. Ok, cominciamo questa sessione in italiano. Quello che dobbiamo sempre mettere a fuoco, ormai l'abbiamo ripetuto 50 volte, ma evidentemente 50 non basta. Non solo non basta per fare miracoli, che è chiaro, ma non basta perché poi la nostra vita sia sempre improntata alle cose che facciamo in meditazione alle cose che facciamo in queste sessioni grandi o piccole, lo sappiamo tutti, no? Quindi dobbiamo continuare a ripetere a noi stessi le cose più benefiche per la nostra vita e per la vita altrui. Ciò che è benefico, innanzitutto, è prendere atto che abbiamo tutte le condizioni per ottenere rifugio negli esseri illuminati che hanno hanno completamente eliminato dalla loro vita sofferenza e limitazioni di qualunque tipo. Prendiamo rifugio in questi esseri, prendiamo rifugio nel loro esempio e nei loro insegnamenti e prendiamo rifugio nella comunità che applica questi insegnamenti. Prendere rifugio significa dimorare nella piena fiducia, nella piena capacità di noi stessi di ottenere la liberazione dalla sofferenza e l'eliminazione di tutti i limiti che ci impediscono di aiutare gli altri. Se noi dimoriamo in questa fiducia, gradualmente attraverso le varie meditazioni passo dopo passo che riguardano appunto la nostra connessione con chi ci può aiutare a ottenere questo stato, ecco, se noi dimoriamo in questa piena fiducia, spontaneamente capiremo che per tutti gli altri esseri c'è già il potenziale di prendere rifugio nei risvegliati, nelle loro istruzioni, insegnamenti e nella comunità che li applica. Lo capiremo perché troveremo in noi una fiducia, una pace, una gioia che anche loro cercano. Anche gli altri esseri, anche se non hanno una vita spirituale praticata, hanno il potenziale di questa vita spirituale, cioè la loro mente, così come la nostra, così come quella dei Buddha, è primordialmente pura, conoscitrice e vuota. Eppure, a causa degli errori e dei difetti che ci caratterizzano da vite senza inizio, siamo nella sofferenza. Però in questa sofferenza riconosciamo chi non è nella sofferenza. Lo riconosciamo, lo capiamo, lo vediamo tutti, anche se non siamo esseri spirituali. Ok? Quindi il rifugio vale per tutti, non vale soltanto per noi, e qui arriviamo finalmente a toccare il tema della pandemia. La pandemia è una delle tante sofferenze che affliggono gli esseri umani da tempo senza inizio. Ora noi parliamo in particolare di pandemia perché ci ha portato quasi improvvisamente, non ce ne accorgevamo, ha portato quasi improvvisamente a un degrado delle condizioni di vita, sia nostre dei paesi occidentali, sia dei paesi cosiddetti in via di sviluppo, cioè sfruttati dai paesi occidentali, ha portato appunto questo improvviso cambiamento in senso deprivativo. Siamo deprivati di salute in modo collettivo, siamo deprivati della libertà. Ora c'è questa pausa estiva, ma non durerà molto. C'è pausa in cui per motivi economici, per sostenere il turismo, si fa come se la pandemia non fosse più un problema, ma torneremo invece alle restrizioni non appena la stagione turistica sarà conclusa. Sappiamo che in India c'è stato un gravissimo disastro perché non c'erano le strutture, non ci sono ancora le strutture, perché la pandemia è esplosa improvvisamente in una variante per cui i vaccini non sono serviti, insomma abbiamo tutte queste situazioni. Tra l'altro potrei anche descriverle male perché non mi informo poi granché. Però il punto è questo, la pandemia ci ha fatto scadere di livello rispetto a tutte le nostre condizioni di benessere che ritenevamo garantite. Meno lavoro, meno soldi, meno libertà, meno salute, meno chiarezza, perché c'è un'enorme confusione su cosa si deve fare. Allora, torniamo a bomba, torniamo al rifugio. Il rifugio ci protegge da tutte le sofferenze, il rifugio ci protegge anche da questo tipo di sofferenza, il rifugio protegge noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti dalle sofferenze in tempi diversi e con modalità diverse. Okay? Già il desiderio di essere liberi dalla sofferenza è un passo verso il rifugio. Okay? Per noi che, diciamo così, riteniamo di praticare un sentiero spirituale, c'è anche il secondo passo, cioè il secondo passo è che sappiamo dove possiamo ottenerlo questo rifugio, non abbiamo solo desiderio, ma sappiamo dove possiamo ottenerlo. Però facciamo fare questo secondo passo nella pratica anche a tutti gli altri esseri senzienti. Abbiamo una chiara prospettiva, sappiamo come liberarci dalle condizioni negative, karma e difetti mentali che producono in noi esperienze individuali e collettive di sofferenza. Lo sappiamo noi e nella pratica adesso facciamo fare questo passo, secondo passo, a tutti gli esseri senzienti. Bene, adesso appunto cominciamo la pratica. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Ora, il rifugio, la meditazione sul rifugio viene avviata pensando al Buddha. Perché? Perché storicamente è l'essere che ha mostrato con la maggior chiarezza possibile in quest'epoca storica che ci si può liberare dalla sofferenza in modo definitivo e che si possono seguire i suoi consigli, le sue indicazioni in modo da essere liberati anche noi dalla sofferenza. Questo non solo perché il Buddha ha mostrato di essere il personaggio che si è liberato dalla sofferenza, ma perché i suoi studenti hanno mostrato di essersi liberati dalla sofferenza seguendo le sue istruzioni. E gli studenti dei suoi studenti, e gli studenti dei suoi studenti dei suoi studenti. Quindi noi innanzitutto partiamo da Buddha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Ora specifichiamo in che cosa consiste questo rifugio. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, cioè nelle sue indicazioni. Buddha ha spiegato: io non posso liberarvi dalla sofferenza con le mie mani, non posso, è impossibile, nessuno può, perché la propria sofferenza viene dal proprio karma, dalle proprie condizioni. Allora, Buddha ha detto: però io posso dare a voi le indicazioni, i consigli, le istruzioni, i sentieri, perché voi stessi li applichiate e quindi voi stessi vi liberiate dalla sofferenza. Va bene? Quindi questo è il Dharma. Il Dharma è questo. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Il Sangha è la comunità che ha già capito che questi insegnamenti sono validi ha già capito che occorre sforzo personale per applicarli e quindi per noi è una protezione, un esempio, una guida. Ripetiamo ancora 2 volte questa prima formulazione, questa seconda formulazione. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Ora specifichiamo ulteriormente questa presa di rifugio, approfondiamo sempre più. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, qui dice guru, ma significa maestri. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, che è indispensabile perché noi possiamo capire bene gli insegnamenti di Dharma, altrimenti se leggiamo solo, leggiamo col filtro delle nostre oscurazioni e non li capiamo, ci vogliono i maestri che li hanno già interpretati puramente, quindi prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri e prendiamo rifugio nelle divinità di meditazione. Faremo tra poco la pratica specifica delle divinità di meditazione e prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea delle dakini. Le dakini sono coloro che sono questa espressione femminile dell'energia illuminata che si presenta in forme inaspettate, cangianti, inafferrabili, perché l'essenza della liberazione consiste nel riconoscimento della vacuità dei fenomeni e nel riconoscimento della vacuità della nostra mente e della nostra persona. Quindi se vediamo questo sentiero in forma massiccia e crediamo di praticare, in realtà andiamo nella direzione opposta alla liberazione. Le dakini ci ricordano che il sentiero è vuoto, che il praticante è vuoto, che tutti gli esseri senzienti sono vuoti di esistenza intrinseca. Questo è ciò che fanno le dakini. E ora infatti arriviamo al rifugio nella sua base fondamentale. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Dharmakaya è il corpo di verità che si ottiene allo stato effettivo di Buddha. Noi prendiamo rifugio nel fatto che questo corpo di verità esiste. E qual è questa verità? È che i fenomeni sono vuoti di esistenza intrinseca. La persona, compresa la propria, è vuota di esistenza intrinseca. Eppure causa e effetto sorgono in modo inarrestabile. Questo è il rifugio fondamentale. Se vogliamo solo pensare che è tutto vuoto, non sapremo vivere, non potremo nemmeno alimentarci, non potremo nemmeno trasformare i nostri difetti mentali, tanto sono vuoti, chi se ne importa, ok? Non è così. Non solo i fenomeni, la persona, il sentiero, eccetera, sono vuoti, ma causa-effetto come interfaccia della vacuità si verificano infallibilmente. Bene, ripetiamolo altre 2 volte. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Ora approfondiamo in particolare l'aspetto del rifugio nella divinità meditativa. Sappiamo che gli esseri illuminati hanno infinite qualità illuminate. Ora noi ne scegliamo una, l'attività della compassione, della grande compassione, non la compassione un po' lamentosa, un po' impotente, triste che proviamo noi, ma la compassione di tutti i Buddha, che è perfettamente efficace per liberare gli esseri dalla sofferenza, è perfettamente vittoriosa nel liberare gli esseri dalla sofferenza. Prendiamo rifugio in questa compassione espressa nella forma, compassione di tutti i Buddha. Questa compassione di tutti i Buddha si esprime nella forma di un essere che noi visualizziamo, Buddha Avalokitesvara, un essere che visualizziamo in forma di tipo umano, non è un essere umano, è la compassione di tutti i Buddha, quindi è la compassione in forma di qualcosa di trascendente, un essere di tipo umano ma luminoso, trasparente, senza peso, che noi visualizziamo di fronte a noi a 2 metri di distanza da noi, all'altezza sospeso all'altezza della nostra fronte. Dal suo corpo bianco si emanano infiniti raggi di luce che toccano noi e tutti gli infiniti altri esseri e ci pervadono di una luce che elimina tutte le nostre sofferenze, tutti i nostri difetti, tutto il karma negativo e ci dona tutte le qualità positive per progredire velocemente nel sentiero, ottenere lo stato del risveglio, per poter aiutare tutti gli esseri. Questo lo fanno sia i raggi che entrano in noi, sia quelli che entrano in tutti gli infiniti esseri. Ora questi infiniti esseri li visualizziamo in forma umana per comodità, ma sappiamo che sono uccelli, pesci, animali, insetti, spiriti, eccetera, eccetera. Questo Buddha della compassione non solo emana raggi di luce, ma è in perfetto contatto emotivo con ciascuno di noi. Ci guarda con grande piacere, ci sorride con molto compiacimento. Noi siamo in connessione con Lui adesso, tutti gli esseri viventi sono in connessione con Lui adesso. Egli ne ha molto piacere, questa è l'essenza della sua vita, della sua esistenza. Guarirci, curarci, pacificarci, darci tutte le qualità. Quindi Buddha Avalokitesvara è estremamente felice e noi siamo permeati della felicità che si prova al suo contatto. Ora ci connettiamo in modo non solo col corpo, non solo con la mente, ma anche con la parola, recitando il suo mantra. Lo recitiamo qualche volta cantando e poi invece con la recitazione silenziosa. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani. Om mani padme hum. Ora dedichiamo con una dedica molto potente, composta da un Mahasiddha per liberare dei monaci da una pandemia, e no, da una epidemia, non era per fortuna del mondo di allora, non era pandemia. Pandemia vuol dire che comprende tutto il mondo. Invece c'era un'epidemia in un monastero di scuola Sakya in Tibet e con la recitazione di questa preghiera composta da Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo l'epidemia cessò. Quindi noi recitiamo pure noi questa preghiera che ha manifestato tale potere. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gra, dalle malattie, dai bhut e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte preghiere e dediche essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Bene, ora che abbiamo fatto le dediche particolari, facciamo invece le dediche generali, che sono la cosa più importante, e adesso parlo un secondo del motivo. Noi abbiamo generato una grande quantità di karma positivo, visualizzando i Buddha, recitando i loro nomi, le loro mantra, pensando al beneficio di tutti gli esseri, recitando la dedica di Thangtong Gyalpo, però questo karma positivo, se non è indirizzato, se non è destinato, se non diventa l'ingrediente per la nostra illuminazione, non porterà a nessun risultato interessante, porterà a un risultato positivo mondano. Per esempio, avendo noi praticato la compassione verso tutti gli esseri, diventeremo persone molto amate dagli esseri. Ma questo non vuol dire che progrediamo nel sentiero. Anche Berlusconi è stato molto voluto e amato dagli esseri, ma non mi sembra, non voglio giudicare Berlusconi, ma non mi sembra molto dedicato, ecco, forse segretamente, chi lo sa. Ok, quindi noi invece dedichiamo per ottenere l'illuminazione. Il file ce l'ho solo in inglese, mi spiace, però ve lo traduco. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta che non è ancora sorta sorgere. Possa quella che è sorta non declinare ma crescersi sempre più. Bodhicitta è la mente dell'illuminazione, giusto appunto, quindi è molto importante questa dedica. Noi dedichiamo questa mezz'ora di pratica perché la bodhicitta di tutti, la mente dell'illuminazione di tutti, non solo la nostra, quella che non è ancora sorta possa sorgere, quella che è già sorta possa crescersi. Dedichiamo inoltre per il punto fondamentale senza il quale non ci potrà essere risveglio e capacità di aiutare perfettamente gli altri, cioè la realizzazione della vacuità. Samsara e Nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca e cause ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo Scusate, è andata via la connessione. È andata via la connessione. Sorry. Allora, chiedo le vostre benedizioni per capire il significato di questo pensiero di Nagarjuna, per cui
I due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori.
Sì, perché non si sente? Scusate, non sentite? Mi sentite? Mi sentite?
Hello?
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yep.
You are hearing me? Okay. Then I continue the dedication. I read His Holiness Dalai Lama, etc. Dedications for long life. Allora, l'ultima dedica: in tutte le mie vite possa io non essere mai separato dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico e completando le qualità dei terreni e sentieri possa io velocemente ottenere lo stato di Vajradhara, lo stato del Buddha primordiale. E dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, emanazione del Buddha della compassione, e quindi di estremo beneficio per gli esseri. Dedichiamo per la sua lunga vita, cioè per l'estremo beneficio degli esseri, non per soddisfare il desiderio di una persona anziana che si afferra alla vita e con paura, non per questo. Allora, tu che sei il gioiello che soddisfa tutti i desideri, tu che sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità nel mondo, incomparabilmente gentile supremo Tenzin Gyatso, possa tu avere lunga vita e tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Infine, per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiogatore, tu che servi come potente aiuto per tutti, tu che supporti, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjusri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre gioielli, salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Ok? Grazie. It's finished more or less. Thank you to Venerable Tendece. Yeah. Okay.
Where are you?
I am Italian. I'm Cristiana Ciampazzomo, and I live in retreat. I live in retreat in Sicily. And who are you?
Oh, I'm here in Australia.
Where?
Australia.
Australia. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you to see you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And happy retreat. So somebody who is on retreat all the time, how fortunate. I rejoice in her practice and her commitment to practice in retreat. I hope that one day I might be able to do the same. So here I am in Geelong. I'm at my sister's place at the moment, where it is absolutely freezing down here. We're in the middle of winter, and yeah, it's cold. So as a result, I'm all rugged up because I'm not used to suffering the suffering of one cold arm, having one arm bare. So please forgive me for that. And so I'm going to be practicing with you now for the next 30 minutes. And I'd like to remind you all that this practice is a wonderful opportunity to practice Tonglen in exchanging ourselves for others, and that this is introduced in the very first three words, very first sentence of this practice, that all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space,
We go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So I'd like to invite you all to spend the next few minutes, or until I start talking again, on just really amping up that feeling within you of exchanging self for others, which is the core, at the heart of Tonglen, cherishing others. So just think about that all sentient beings, my mothers. This is who I now am, cherishing others. I am all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. So this practice is with the attitude of cherishing others. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. Thinking of all the beings in this world, all the beings who are suffering, samsara, all the realms of samsara are all suffering. So this is who we are doing this practice for. All beings in samsara, my mothers, who are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, the source of our hope, the source of our protection. So all beings, vast of space, my mothers. And imagine that we are all with hands folded, sitting in a Vajra posture, 8-point Vajra posture, are all going for refuge to our precious, holy Guru Buddha, which is just above us, sitting in front of us, just above us. So try and get a sense of this. And if you are a visual person, you'll need to be in cinematic mode. All beings, my mothers, as vast as space, go for refuge to the precious, holy Guru, Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. And as we say these 3 lines again, just really visualize in your mind's eye that all beings are saying this prayer together. We all go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we'll do this one more time. And at the end of each one, we will just really spend a few moments strengthening the intention of what we are saying, what we are all saying. We all go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, to the doctor, to the nurses, and to the medicine of all our unhappiness, the source of all our happiness, our freedom from suffering, is based on this refuge. And in your mind's eye, bring up a feeling of gratitude too, that we are all so grateful for this precious connection to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. The complete teaching is in this one line. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. And these are the whole assembly of teachers, of bodhisattvas, of deities, lineages that have all gone before us, who have also showed the pure motivation, who have completed pure practice, who have also followed this path, the same path that we are following. So with this line, I think it's important to remember that we are not alone. There are so many others that have gone before us and who are here supporting us with our own endeavors, with our own efforts. So really try and develop this sense. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis, that they are also present. All around us. Also practicing cherishing others. We all are cherishing others as our main focus for this practice. Then the final refuge, we all go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We all go for refuge to the empty clarity, that spaciousness, the luminosity of our own mind, which is your mind, my mind. We all have this clarity, this luminosity, the empty clarity of our own mind. It is the same in one taste. The Dharmakaya, our own Buddha nature, our own truth body. Dharmakaya. We are all one within the Dharmakaya. One with the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, the Yidams, Dakinis. Clarity, the spaciousness. We are the Dharmakaya. We lack inherent existence and we are blissful. And while we contemplate this, we can commence chanting Om Mani Padme Hum. And I'll just put on Lama Zopa's Can you hear the Om Mani Padme Hum? There at Chenrezig?
No.
Can you hear the chanting of Om Mani Padme Hum? No, okay, wait a second. Okay, I will fix that up. Can you hear it now? Still can't hear it. That's not gonna work. All right, so we'll just spend since you can't hear Lama Zopa chanting Om Mani Padme Hum, we'll just spend the few moments just chanting Om Mani Padme Hum to ourselves.
Playing it from your laptop?
It's from my phone.
And you are live streaming from the same? Yeah, so it could be complicated.
Right, yes, I think you're right. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't get it from my my laptop. My mini pad's not. We could connect that, see if that works.
Yeah, maybe if you can try, there is an option share the screen in the bottom.
Yeah.
And then choose share sound in the left bottom corner, and then choose your file, what you would like to play.
I've got mute. Is it that side? The other side? I can't. Don't look at.
No, it should be really on the bottom, like share the screen.
Yes. I see. Yeah. Screen, photos, iCloud, Dropbox, Microsoft. Oh, here we go. Let's see if I can share Dropbox. That's what I'm doing. Here we go. It doesn't look as though that's going to work what I want to do. I'll have to work on that a little bit more. But
okay.
what I can do, I'll stop it there on my phone, and I can go to my, I think I'm connected here now. I think I'm connected. Where's our phone? Bluetooth on. Yep, I'm connected here. And then I can go to Dropbox and to yeah. Great. Okay. Thank you. All right. We'll spend the next few 5 minutes or so reflecting on great compassion, cherishing others while we listen to our precious teacher, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, chant Om Mani Padme Hum. So when chanting Om Mani Padme Hum with Lama Zopa, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our precious teacher, and he is doing this for the benefit of us all. And in my mind, we are all chanting this with him, this universal mantra of great compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now we'll chant. We'll say the actual prayer a few times before I dedicate. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And again, May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And one more time. And really with deep feeling, deep felt feeling for the intention of this prayer, that it is you, it is we, all sentient beings, our precious mothers, we are saying this prayer together for each other, for us all who are living in samsara. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. For all sentient beings, we wish this for each other. Any mental disturbances, physical disturbances, spiritual disturbances, any disease between the four elements, completely pacified. The aspiration of these prayers. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Wishing this sincerely for each other, for all sentient beings.
for ourselves, for all beings. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, the infinite compassion of our gurus, the infinite compassion of the three jewels. By the power of the dakinis, the Dharma protectors and guardians. And by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. This is the strongest power. I truly believe this. Power of our karma to purify, to change our negative ways, and to practice compassion, just as all those who have gone before us have achieved this, so can we. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May the supreme jewel of the wisdom, understanding, emptiness that has not arisen, arise and grow. And may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. May the supreme jewel of the wisdom, understanding, compassion that has not arisen, arise and grow. And may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. In the land encircled by the snowy mountains, you are the source of all happiness and truth. All-powerful Chenrezig Gyalpo, please, please remain amongst us in this world until samsara ends. And may we, your disciples, always be connected to you and also be in the front row of teachings, receiving the precious teachings of the Dharma from you. May this be the case in this life and in all future lives. You who uphold the securest moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, the precious Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the securest moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, serving, teaching, and protecting Manjanath's victorious doctrines, who accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, please live long. And always be a guide there for us, always teaching the Dharma, and may we always be hooked in by your great compassion and be inspired to practice Dharma. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Hello there, Chen. Hello. You open your eyes.
Oh, what a precious face to see.
Isn't it?
How are you?
Yeah, quite cool. It's okay. It's nice.
Good, good. You are experiencing summer over there. You look warm.
Some of what?
You are experiencing summer.
Oh, summer.
Yeah, you look warm.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's nice and warm, and I go to Czechia and next week, and wonderful. Yep.
But Czechia, that's where you're from.
Yeah, that's where I'm from.
Oh, what to teach or to visit?
To see my dad and see the study group friends, and yeah.
Have you started teaching yet?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Oh, good. So you are teaching. You teach.
Yeah,
you teach.
Yeah. What to do? Yeah, there's a great need, and we are a few. I try.
Yeah, good. I rejoice. I mean, you have been ordained for many years. I rejoice. Okay.
Yeah, see you.
Enjoy.
Yeah, so let's do some money mantras for everybody, for ourselves especially, because we need to enlighten ourselves first, even though we wish others to become enlightened before us, it's not going to happen. We have to make the effort ourselves and help others to make the effort, inspire them and all that. Anyway, let's take refuge. It's the best thing to start a day, the best thing to do the whole day, the best to end the whole day. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, or infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, or infinite light space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. This Chenrezig above the heads of everyone and pouring down, purifying nectar, compassion, wisdom, transcendental wisdom, and purifying us of all the diseases and the causes and spirit harm and mental obscurations and the imprints and all that purified by this beautiful, wonderful, tasty nectar. Om Mani Padme Hum.